Okay, it's working. Hey, Lamer. Yeah, I'm bored. How are you? How are you? What are you doing? Are you drunk? Hey, Becky. Oh, I see you both are in the dungeon together. You're both here at the same time. I feel special. So how are you both, and what are you both doing other than fisting each other? Is this opening up the environment? Why is it? Maybe you should give it a kiss. Yeah. Yeah, I'm Ubuntu. Or it's a VM, but yeah. Oh, let me know how that goes. Jedi Survivor, oh god. Well, good luck with that. Okay, it's working. I don't know. I'm having a lot of issues with Linux lately. It's pretty well. You're the one that thinks that Alien Fireteam is fun. So I'm not, or forgive me for not taking what you're saying for as a gospel. Dude, yeah. But I see here the problem is that I already invested in a motherboard and well the SSD I can use. But right now I have like a kinda expensive motherboard and kinda expensive fans. So hey Baba, like I'm already like 50% in of a Mac Mini basically. Oh well not 50%. 30% into the price of a Mac Mini deep into my upgrade. That's without the graphic card. With the graphic card, I'm probably 50% into it or close to. So that 50% that I spent the last 3 months, that is now kind of useless because I think no matter what I'm doing, I still need to upgrade this computer because the hardware is failing. It is old hardware, but it's starting to fail. I have a feeling my CPU is degradating. I'm losing boost speed. I've lost 200 megahertz of boost speed this year. And it's not overheating or anything like that. And I barely run it at 100% other when I'm rendering. And I need to reinstall Windows if I'm continuing with it because it's starting to act up a little bit. But I think that's because of my graphic card. The Intel graphic card driver, but it won't reboot anymore. My computer just won't want to reboot, and it's not Windows. It shuts Windows down. It goes out into the about the BIOS is about to restart the computer. Then it just fuck it. So and I upgraded the BIOS. And maybe I should do it again, but I did it like a month ago. I upgraded the BIOS. It has nothing to do with Windows. Nothing. It's a hardware/BIOS issue. It has nothing to do with Windows. Oh, it's just my hardware is acting up. I think my CPU is slowly dying, and my motherboard is slowly dying. Or the BIOS update I did last month has a bug in it that I then need to upgrade the BIOS again. I haven't checked if there's a new BIOS. I do that every like 6 months or something like that. But I do have a feeling it's actually because of the Intel Arc card. I have a 3600 Ryzen and B whatever Asus B4050, I think 450 from Asus TUF. So you know how, and I bought them both. I bought it all when they came out. So I have had it from new. But all my problems started to come or I start to have problems. Nope, no overclocking. No overclocking. It's just the CPU lottery, you know. If you get a bad batch of a CPU, you get degradation. Like it's like 5 years old now, or something, or 4 years old or something like that now. And my computer runs 24/7, and if you get a bad CPU, that's, you know, you lose the lottery. Well, or the silicon lottery. You start to have these issues. But it's not a CPU issue, it's either a motherboard issue, or I actually think it's the graphic card. Because when I installed the Intel graphic card, ever since then I had issues with my computer. Ever since I got the Intel card, I had minor issues with my computer. That's why I upgraded the BIOS to get proper, what is it called? Support for it. And it actually helped my gaming performance when I updated the BIOS. But yeah, I think it's the graphic card's reason my computer won't restart. I think it's not totally shutting down the graphic card or analyzing it as shut down, because everything has worked before I put the graphic card in. I did have problems with my CPU, not problems, but I noticed my CPU last year was starting to lose boost effect once in a while, and that's a typical sign of degradation in the silicon. But it's not like I said, I've lost 200 megahertz. Everything is so, yeah, it's like, dude, I built computers since the mid-90s. I checked everything. Like, I have probed, I have ran benchmark, I even ran CPU stress testing and stuff like that. The temp is in order, and nothing fails. I don't get any blue screens. Nothing fails. Nothing. It's just that the boost speed is not there anymore. The 200 megahertz, and that's a typical sign of, you know, the Infinite Fabric, or what the fuck it's called, that they help managing the boost speed is just not there yet. But it's stable, but it's not, you know, it's just not there. The AMD's intelligent overclocking that's built into the CPU don't feel that it can overclock so much. But again, I have a feeling it's because of the graphic card. Because everything started with the graphic card. And not to mention that every like 5th to 4th day I have to reboot my computer, or else my graphic card won't allow any program to use it. It's like, yep, if I open up like a fucking, you know, not GIMP, but something like GIMP, like Affinity Design or Affinity Photo, it's like, you don't seem to have a DirectX 11 capable or newer card, so we're running it in software mode. Or if I'm opening up a streaming software or recording software, it's like, it don't seem that you have a supported graphic card. I'm like, yes I do. And then if you reload the driver, that don't happen. But when you reboot the computer, it functions. So it's a Intel driver and Intel GPU issue. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. But I don't know if it's also because of my old hardware. Because it is running a PCI 3.0 and the GPU is 4.0. So maybe they have not put a lot of effort into making it stable on 3.0 PSI lanes and motherboards. And the new one I have is 4.0, PSI 4.0. So I'm actually waiting. I should be able to run the new computer this month, or next month. And I am actually I'm actually trying to I want still to use the Intel card on that system just to see how it runs. Also with newer BIOSes and newer hardware and stuff like that. Because I have a feeling that Intel don't really have put a lot of TLC into old hardware. Oh, not old, but well, it's kind of old. When did the Ryzen 5 3600 come out? Oh. Yeah, so it's 3 years old. It's 3 years old. No, that's not. It's 4 years old. And I got the motherboard first, because that's a 450 motherboard for my 1600. I ran the 1600 for a long time. The 1600 is fucking amazing. That was an amazing CPU. The Ryzen 5 1600. But the motherboard I had was a demo motherboard I bought, so I got it a little bit cheap. And it started to, like, it was missing the back plate, and I was just not happy with it. I think it was an MSI motherboard. So I bought this Asus TUF B40 450 Gaming, or what the fuck it's called. And then like a year later, I think I bought the, or maybe later than that, I bought the Ryzen 5 3600. And my system has worked flawlessly until I got the Intel card. So that's why I think the Intel card has done something. Yeah, I have a spare graphic card, but I don't want to change it, because the only issues I have is that I need to reboot my computer every 4th, 5th day. I can live with that. It's good to reboot your computer anyway. And when I reboot, it don't want to reboot. Like, the Windows shuts down, the hardware shuts down, but it's not turning on again. It's not initializing the startup sequence again. And that could be because some hardware is holding it back, or a BIOS issue. And again, I think it's the Intel card that's not shutting all the way down. So the BIOS think that it's still on or something like that. Because like I said, all of this happened when I got the Intel card. And in the beginning, it was once in a while it wouldn't reboot. Now it's every time I try to reboot, it don't want to reboot. And like I said, Windows and everything is, I can see my computer getting shut down. Everything stops on it besides the fans. It just don't want to turn on again. So something is holding it back. And the newest thing I have integrated into the ecosystem is a new BIOS update and the graphic card. And I don't think it's the BIOS, I think it's the graphic card. I did notice the BIOS was a little bit more conservative with boost overclocking though. And voltage, because I think when I'm looking at the voltage for my CPU, what it is now and what it was before, I noticed that it's actually running lower voltage now than it did before. And that can be two things. Either the silicon is getting bad, or the new BIOS is a little bit conservative with the regulation of the voltage. And I think it's probably a mixture between both. But again, it's not a big deal. I have most of the hardware here. And if the new system is still acting up with the Nvidia card in it, I'm getting a new card. I'm getting a 6700 XT AMD card or something like that. Yeah, that's exactly why it's, yeah. Oh, yeah, it has, yeah, I have rebar, Michael Little. I have rebar enabled and everything. Everything is set up as according to the specification of the card. I honestly believe that it's... I think it's because I'm running an old motherboard, old-ish motherboard. Well, it is old. I think that's the... I think it's the PSI 3.0, and, you know, it's an oldest motherboard with oldest chipsets on and stuff like that. And Intel, well, they didn't make the card for old systems. You know, they want you to run DirectX 11 and up. They actually really only want you to run DirectX 12, to be honest. And you saw that with the bad performances in DirectX 9 games and stuff like that, and even some DirectX 11 games. So I think I honestly believe that it's simply because I'm running the graphic card in a system that it was not meant to be running in, and it is starting to get me issues. It's acting up because it's not happy. You know, it's like a redhead stepchild. You don't want to be there, and the parents don't want it. Just want to get out of the way. So I will test it out on my new and I just don't want to put in my. I have like a 660, I have an old AMD card, and I have a 1060. I just don't want to swap them out. It's not irritating enough for me to do that, because everything gets fixed with a reboot, and I can live with a reboot. It would be something else if it was just, you know, crashing my computer, or if it was hindering me do stuff while it was running. Like, other than just saying that, oh, we can't find the graphic card. And I know when games and programs can't find the graphic card, I just need to reboot. And and this is the fun thing. It starts to happen after like 2 days. 2 to 4 days, I noticed. Mostly 4 days. When I have my computer running non-stop for 4 days, that's when the graphic card driver starts to act up. And it is a graphic card driver issue. But yeah, like, I would not recommend the Intel card unless you're running the newest motherboards. Actually, I would not recommend it to anyone, to be honest. It is good though, and the driver updates are giving it a lot of performance boost, but like, you can get a 7600 from AMD, and it's speeding the 750, and it's almost on par with the 770. Besides, you get more RAM with the 770. So so it's probably more future-proof, the 770 from Intel, because of the RAM. But you can get, for the same price or a little bit more, you get the 760 or 7600 card from AMD that is on par with the 770. And you getting way better driver support. And you're getting way better hardware support on older hardware. And I even think you get way less power consumption. And I'm not going Nvidia this generation. Nvidia can go suck my fucking dick. Like, Nvidia, I think it was in a video where if Nvidia continued the price raise they are doing right now, I think it's in 5 years or something like that, 5 or 6 years, a 60 series entry card is going to cost as much as a 80 series card costs today. Which is really fucking crazy. Because what they do is that they make the 60 series cards always a bit, like when a new 60 series card comes out, it has always been kind of the same performance as the previous 70 card. So what Intel is doing now is that, well, if it's the same performance as the previous 70 card, we have to price it at that price point or a little bit more. And if that's you notice that ever since the 2000 series, they are pricing the new 60 card close to what the performance of the old gen card was that it's comparable with. So if the new 60 is performance comparable with a 70 series or 70 Ti series, they are giving it that price bracket. Where back in the day, the 60 series, they kind of cost the same no matter what generation it was. Because people didn't really upgrade. Well, they did upgrade for the performance boost. But you also upgrade to get the new technologies, new DSLR and all new ray tracing technologies. You know, there's a lot of technologies on the 4000 series that's not on the 3000 series. So make it a little bit more expensive maybe. But don't make it as expensive as the 3060. Because then I'm just going to buy a 3060. or make it close to 3060, because people then are going buying a 3060. Because right now the new technologies on the 4000 series is not that desirable compared to the price and performance you get with the 3000 series. I think Nvidia have lost the insight. It's actually what's happening with a lot of Linux users, to be honest. They have lost the insight of the consumer that used to buy their graphic cards. They think that people are willing to pay top-end dollar, Espen Viking, for a graphic card that normally was like, you know, a budget card, to be honest, an entry-level budget card like the 60 series. It costs now the same as a mid-tier or high-tier card. And to talk about the Linux users, because I love poking them. When they have used Linux for a while, they stop thinking about or stop being or stop relating to new Linux users and Windows users, because they have not been a noob for a few years, and they've probably not run Linux for X amount of years. Oh, sorry, Windows. But they still think they know how it is to be a new Linux user. And they still think they know how it is to be a Windows user, even though they have not been in that environment for years and years. And are not talking with noobs and stuff like that. Because a lot of the mid and high-end Linux users, they don't talk with newbies. And they don't talk with Windows users. The same that Nvidia is not talking with their customer base. Or at least not their consumer customer base. And then they're just making fucking... Like the excuses for the 4060 card, the 4060 Ti card, where the old 3060 Ti card is beating it in some instances. Like the excuses for that price and performance, like they're marketing it at 1080p gaming. They are putting it in as a 1080p gaming card, high-end 1080p gaming card. It should be 1440p that the entry level should be, because that's the new standard. That just tells you how out of sync Nvidia is with its customer base. But who cares? I understand why they don't care, because they make all their money on fucking, you know, the server side, the corporate side. Their Tesla cards and stuff like that. You know, they are the only player in AI, in the AI machine learning field. AMD is way dropping that ball on the corporate world, enterprise world. Like, they are massively dropping that. Productivity support for, like, you know, video editors, design software, you know, creative software in general. Nvidia is so far ahead of AMD. And that's why people are buying their cards. So they're probably also aiming up the price for the 14 series cards, because they're like, fuck the gamers. We want the graphic artists, because they need that card for their work. You know, we want the rendering people. We want, you know, X, Y, and Z professionals that need this software or this hardware. And therefore they are willing to pay, because they just ramp up their prices for their work, so they can afford it. And then the gamers are being left behind. It's a little bit what's happening on YouTube. You know, YouTube used to be gaming. Like, gamers used to... I have been banned. What have you done now, you fucking maniac? Oh, we have to see this. But yeah, like, gaming used to be YouTube's biggest boring point. Not anymore. Not anymore. And gamers seems to always be left behind. If you go over to Twitch, Twitch so wants to get out of the gaming world. They want to become, you know, a reality TV station, basically. And it's sad That's why console gamers are so happy right now. They're so happy right now. Because now they can really point at us PC idiots and say, haha, look how much, like, fucking... Our entry-level Nvidia card almost costs the same as a fucking PlayStation or Xbox. I could have gotten, for the price I got my Intel Arc CPU for, I could have gotten a Xbox Series S for the same price. That's a full-blown system I can game on. And the graphic would probably be at the same as a Intel Arc 750. It would probably be, I'm probably gaming at the same fidelity as I would on an Xbox Series S. Where back in the day, you could build a console killer for less money than a console. You can't do that anymore. Motherboard prices has also gotten way more expensive. Keep disable hard drives. That's weird. Q4 OS. Yeah, I managed to crash Q4 OS. I have a superpower. I have a massive superpower. I'm really good at figuring out how to crash Linux. I am really good at crashing Linux. I am not so good at crashing... oh, that's me. Hello. I'm not so good at crashing Windows. Windows is fucking hard to crash. Compared to Linux. If you just throw RAM-intensive task at Linux, when your RAMs are filled up and your swap file is starting to get full, it's done deal for you, man. It's a done deal for you. Windows somehow managed to fucking handle that shit. Yeah, restart the BIOS, yeah. You need to leave it out for a while. You need to leave it out for like 30 seconds or something like that. You can't just take it out and in again. A good idea would be like take it out, wait 30 seconds, boot it up without the CMOS battery in it, and see if it's restart. Reset the BIOS and the clock and everything. You may need to install or set the clock again and whatnot. And if it's acting up like, oh my god, you know, everything is restarted, or you need a CMOS battery, then put it in again and start up your computer. Just disconnect your hard drive so it don't boot into the hard drive or something like that. Some motherboards, I don't know how old it is, you actually need to set a jumper to restart the BIOS, or not restart, reset the CMOS, sorry. The battery will not do that. So what I would do is I would download the instruction manual for your motherboard, and then see if there is a jumper to restart the CMOS that you need to just connect, because I will do that instead if there is that. Because some, like I said, some older motherboards, it's not enough to just take out the battery. Sadly enough. I pranked John Johnson. But it's always a good idea if you have issues with a motherboard to find the documentation and see what they are saying, how to reset, because some motherboards have built-in reset jumpers where you can reset a lot of stuff on the motherboard without actually fiddling with it. You just move a jump and then it resets certain things. And then of course you put it back in again to the normal position. Like you can reset time, CMOS. I think you can even reset the what is it called? Not the boot order. The IO order or something. I can't fucking remember what they're calling it. And you may need to upgrade the BIOS. Look how old the BIOS is, see when it was last updated, and then may think about upgrading the BIOS, which is really easy nowadays. It's been easy for like the last 10 years. And a BIOS update, like if you have issues with your hardware, acting up. A BIOS update is like a lifesaver for most people. Like, if your BIOS is out of date, it can infect or affect everything on your system. Your hard drives, your motherboard, your RAM, you know, peripherals, graphic cards, CPUs, all of that, it can affect. When I have issues with hardware, and I've done all, you know, figuring out that it's not the hardware that's faulty, I always just update the BIOS, and most of the time it just fixes itself with that. And like I said, you just go into the UEFI if it or into the BIOS, and there's like an update BIOS, and it does it from the USB device, and then Bob's your uncle. You know, it's really that simple. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I would I would look at the BIOS version, because if it's dropping hard drives and the cables are okay and the hard drives are okay, it has to be something with the BIOS or something like that. Or of course the install of the OS, but if one OS works and the other don't, I'm like, why the fuck should it be an OS? But I want to see why he's got banned. I'm really curious now. Yeah, so Johan, don't update your BIOS from any other place than the BIOS. Don't use some third party unless it's the manufacturer's own software. Because, trust me, that's like the biggest road to standing in a situation where, oh, I pricked my hardware. So if you want to update the BIOS, do it the recommended way from the manufacturer. And that's mostly to boot into the BIOS, update it within the BIOS, so you don't have anything else running. I think MSI or Gigabyte, I can't remember who it is, they have a tool where you can do it from within Windows. But they still recommend that you boot into the BIOS and update that way. Because then you have a way lesser chance of something fucking up. Because updating the BIOS is like updating the heart of your motherboard to some degree. You know, you're doing like spinal surgery here. And if you're doing that with Windows or Linux on top of it, or all of these running with peripherals plugged in that are running, yeah, so far it works for you, you've been really lucky then. Like, you've been really lucky. What is this?
As much as I used to when I was younger. Now, if I'm like laying in bed and I just kind of want to play a game, having the Steam Deck, I've actually used it a ton. I thought I'd literally buy that device and I would use it a couple times for video, and that important. But it's something to where I've been gaming a ton in Linux, and they handed out a ton of bans in, not clickbait, bam, there it is. They handed out a ton of bans in Star Rail. Kind of a
oh, it's a game. Oh, so yeah, like it's fun talking software and hardware with people, because a lot of them do shit where if they knew how fast things would go tits up, they will not touch it with a fucking 10-foot pole. But because it has worked for them or a few friends, they're like, oh, well, it must be stable. It's just being lucky in a lot of instances when people are doing crazy shit with software and hardware. And you can be lucky a lot of fucking times. And you can be lucky for the rest of your life doing a thing. But there's a reason why companies are telling you to do something in a certain way. That's because they deem that to be the most secure way of doing it, or stable way of doing it. That also means that if you are breaking your hardware or you're breaking your software, you can get help and you can get support Where if you're telling them, oh, well, I did this thing that, you know, blah, 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 that is not recommended, they can say, you know what? You didn't do the recommended thing to do. So therefore, we don't have any responsibility of reimbursing your hardware or helping you setting it up and blah, blah, blah. So again, Folam, that's a driver issue on the graphic card. So here's the thing, okay? I use this a lot. It's the same as if I went out and said that the most spoken language in the world is Danish, because every day, everyone I talk to speak Danish, besides one person, in my IRL life. It's statistics, and the more people you look at, you may be in the group where that statistics don't apply because you're in the logic group or what you will call it. But out of all of the users, a lot of people seem to have problems with AMD drivers. Not 50-50 or, you know, 60% of them have problems. It's like, you know, most people don't have issues, but there are still a lot of people that have issues with AMD drivers. So that while there is a higher chance of you don't having issues, that don't mean that those people don't have issues. You know, it would be the same as right now. I'm talking to you guys and girls and aliens and robots, and most of you are running Linux. So, because all of my friends are running Linux, it must be the most used operating system in the world. Because I'm not looking at what's happening in Hamburg right now, what's happening with everyone in New York, what's happening, you know, in India, and what's happening in Australia. I'm only looking at a really, really select few people. And if you go down to your own personal experience, you are limiting the data even further. You become the data. So this that I have not had any issue, that's great. That's amazing. But you are not a benchmark of what the real picture is of something. None of us is. That's just our personal experience. That's just our personal, individual personal experience. And that can vary greatly. You know, someone can really find, you know, someone could really like this girl and fuck her to high heaven and back. And then the guy next to you can't fucking stand her and don't want to be near her. So which one is right here? Is he a good or bad person? You know? So we have to kind of remember to try and take our own experience out of the equation and look at the broader picture. That will give you a better inclination of what's actually going on. What is the real data? The more data entries you can get, in this case people, the better accuracy you get out of the data. If you're only having one person as a data entry, as an experience or notion or idea and blah, 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 you're running from one data entry. You're running from one data point, and that's yourself. And it's a little bit egotistical to think that that we or you, I'm saying you, I don't mean you specifically, but that one individual is the benchmark of what the experience is for everyone else. You know? So that's why they do studies, that's why they do telemetry, that's why they do all of these things, so they can see how many have problems. And if 40% of AMD people have, or AMD users have problem with their drivers, that's an issue. If 30% have, that's an issue. Anything over 10% is an issue, if you ask me. Oh, my PC has not been happy this year. Ever since I got the Intel card, my computer have just acting up. I think it's an Intel card issue. It's the latest thing that I included into it, and ever since I got the Intel card, my computer has not been happy. And it's a mixture between driver issues and I think old hardware. You know, I'm running a new CPU on 4 or 5 year old hardware, where the Intel Arc series is not built for old hardware, it's built for current hardware and future hardware. So they may not have put so much effort into making sure that it runs that well on older systems. I think that's the issue here. Just like they didn't put a lot of effort into getting DirectX 9 games to run fast out of the box and stuff like that. And everything with the Intel Arc series is indicating that they built the card for the future, not the past. So they don't, I'm not saying not care, but their focus was to get it to work on new games, and on newer games, you know, games that are a couple of years old and stuff like that, and future games. That's their market. I saw a review of it, and he said that the Intel Arc cards may age like a fine wine. So the longer we get into the future, the more mature, of course, the drivers is going to be. But the games the card is built for is becoming the majority of games played. So DirectX 12 and up games and newer DirectX and stuff like that. And it will find its place there. It's like, I can't fucking remember what CPU it was. It was a CPU with like, oh, we don't need all of these things on the CPU and stuff like that. And then like 2 or 3 years in the future, everyone needed those future. And that CPU gotta be insurgency. It's not multi-core. It's I can't fucking remember what it was. But yeah, that's I just think that they did that, and it don't make sense if you ask me, because the 7070 or 770 and the 750 are so low priced that, you know, people that don't have the latest and greatest hardware are the ones that are going to buy it. You know, it's people like me that have a little bit outdated hardware and stuff that they can't afford, are, you know, mid-tier Nvidia card nowadays that cost almost the same as a fucking second-hand car. Hey, Debori, you know, we are the ones that are going to buy this card because it's cheap. So I think so here's what I think. They want the cards to be the Nvidia's, you know, 4070, 4080 kind of crowd of people to use them. But they price it towards people with old and outdated hardware. So that makes it don't really make sense for me. But again, it's also their first graphic card, and they say the new one should, or Battlemates, the next gen should be really fucking amazing. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm not sad that I bought it. I do like it, and if I get if I get a new card at some point, just because of the stability of it, the driver stability, I'm still going to throw this Nvidia. I will probably not Nvidia, Intel card. I will probably throw it in my system in, like, you know, around Christmas time or something like that, to see how it's handling and what's going on, or keep, you know, tap with it on the interwebs and see what people are saying about it. I don't want to do this coding shit today. I'm tired. But I am thinking about getting a 16700 XT from AMD. And it's purely because of the fucking Intel prices, or AMD prices, not Intel prices, Nvidia prices. They are so ridiculous. So fucking ridiculous. When I got my 1060, granted that I bought it when it came out, it was a little bit cheaper than the A750 that I bought that one. I think it was like 2 or 3%, maybe 5% cheaper than my Intel Arc 750 is today. So with inflation, that would probably be the same price. Yeah, Switch, yeah. Yeah, exactly. But for 30, or maybe not, I don't know what is a 3070 here in Denmark. 3070. Yeah, they're still kinda expensive though. Yeah, so you can, if you buy this here, for example, This here is close to like a PlayStation 5 or Xbox X Series X. This one is about. This is actually more expensive than an Xbox. More expensive than an Xbox. Depending on what Xbox. This is kind of in the ballpark of an Xbox and PlayStation. Actually, it's more expensive, but only by 5% or something like that. And you have to remember, what do you get with a console? You get a full-blown gaming system. You don't have to think about anything for X amount of years. Like, PC gaming has become a novelty. Hey, Marvel. Hey, Oswell. Yeah, PC gaming has become for the rich. Where back in the day, you could buy a comparable computer to console gaming for less money than a console. If you bought everything yourself. Now the graphic card alone. Like, imagine you have to build a computer. A gaming rig. The graphic card alone cost more than a console for the same graphic. No, I forced them to tell Lame and Beg to go down in the basement, and then my computer actually went with them down in the basement and saw the horrors that was going on in that basement, and slipped in all the loop and what have you not, and banged its little chassis into the wall and got a dent. And it's not just graphic cards that's gotten massive expensive. Look at motherboard prices. Motherboard prices, I think, have increased even more than graphic cards. CPUs yeah, they also increased, but not so much as graphic cards and motherboards. Motherboards has really gotten expensive. Like, massively expensive compared to what they used to be. Like, the motherboard, I have the same, basically the new motherboard I have is just a newer version of the one that I have right now running. And the one I have running right now, I got for like almost 50% less of what I bought this new one for. Same company, same manufacturer. Granted, this one, hey Caesar, granted this one has Wi-Fi, and that fucking antenna, I couldn't get it without the Wi-Fi, but I only saved like 2% buying a non-Wi-Fi version. But this is the motherboard, the 650 I bought right now, is basically just an upgraded version, a newer version of the one I have in my system right now. And I got that for almost 50% less, or 40% less than what this is costing. And I bought it in maybe 2018. So that's like a 40 to 50% increase in, yeah, you do the math, 5 years. Where on the graphic card side, it's almost doubled that. It's almost 100% increase in 5 years. Yeah, Gamers Nexus have made a lot of videos about that and whatnot. It's just, I think my graphic card don't like my system. And my CPU may not be happy. Like the silicon may not be as good as I thought it was. But it's stable. The only thing that's not stable on my computer is my graphic card. Guten Tag, don't know how that is correct. I don't know either. I'm not a German, so I only speak it a little bit and understand a little bit of writing, but yeah. No, all my issues with my computer started when I integrated the Intel Arc GPU. That's when everything started to fuck up. And you know what they're saying? If you boil it down to the most simple explanation, that's probably the right one. So it must be the graphic card. That's the issue. And it's everything from driver stability till my computer won't fully reboot. I have to hard reboot it, you know, turn it on and off again. And all of that I had no issues with before I integrated that graphic card. And it has not gotten better. The driver has gotten way better performance. more customizability in the software. You have more options now that you can tweak in the software. More games run better and stuff like that. But there's still fundamental issues like it's a Ryzen 5 3600, 32 gigs, 32 gigs of RAM. A Asus B450 gaming tough motherboard, and then the Intel Arc 750. You know, so it's not like it's still a comparable game, like it's still a capable gaming system. Like I don't like when it's working, like when the graphic card is not is allowing games and let me put it another way, when the graphic card driver allows games to detect my graphic card, it's working perfectly, or not perfectly, but it's working really well. Yeah, I know that the AMD's like the 2000, 3000, also the 3000 series have had a lot of USB issues. I haven't luckily enough knocking on all the wood I can find. I've not had any USB issues with my 3000 series CPU. But I hear a lot of people that have a lot of problems with it, which is really irritating. Because the 3000s, even the 2000 series are still really good CPUs. And they are dirt cheap, man. Like, they are really fucking cheap. Like, get a motherboard with a PCI 4, with AM4, and proper 3700X in it or something like that. You have a fucking great system for almost no money. Yeah, you may need to update the BIOS and look into the firmware of your CPU. But yeah, AMD 3000 series, they had, or I don't know if they still have, but they used to have a lot of issues. Yeah, AMD is really fucking confusing. You know. Yeah, 3700X is a good CPU. Yeah, they're still good CPUs. They're still really good CPUs. Like, for me, the only game where my CPU is holding me back is Battlefield. When I'm playing Battlefield, it's just it's maxing out my CPU usage to a degree I can't use it play it. Because it's hogging up all my CPU resources. That's the only game where my CPU is a bottleneck. Every other game, any other game, I can bottleneck my GPU, but I can't bottleneck my CPU. So again, if you get like a PSI 4 motherboard and plop like a 4070 in it or something like that, I think we still run it with a 3000 series AMD CPU. They are really good and get really good performance out of it. The issue is that the motherboard I have was built for the 2000 series, and I updated the BIOS to get. Yeah, I jumped because I was debating on getting a 5000 series, but then I had to get a new motherboard anyway because I needed a new, the motherboard I have right now only have PSI 3.0, and I need 4.0 as a minimum because that will future-proof me until 5.0 becomes a standard, and that will become a standard in like 4 years or something like that. Or that's when you need it, before 4.0 will probably get saturated. If even that, because there's no graphic card right now that is saturating the 4.0 PCI bus lane. There's no graphic card that's doing that. Not even the 490. And it still have a lot of headroom left if they're using all the lanes and stuff like that. So I wanted a 4.0 motherboard. So if I had to upgrade the motherboard anyway, why not just go with the latest AMD? You know, the latest motherboards and the latest CPU. So this month here, I'm buying either a, what is it called? 7600 CPU, the Ryzen 5, or I may go Ryzen 7. I don't know yet. Because the only benefit I'm getting out of the Ryzen 7, I'm going for the X, because that's funny enough, the X is cheaper than the non-X. Yeah, no. I need 1440p gaming. I'm playing on 1440p now. Yeah, I'm building a new computer, yeah. So I need something that can handle. So my target, the graphic card I really want is a graphic card that can handle ultimate settings in 1440p, because that's the one that will last me the longest in the future. But I'm also debating if I should just get a Ryzen 9, because the only benefits I will be getting out of a Ryzen 7 and 9 is for rendering, when I'm doing rendering. And I render like 4 or 5 videos a week. So I'm not sitting here and rendering all the time. So like, who cares if I have to wait a minute longer or something like that? I can still use my computer. When I'm rendering, I just watch the YouTube videos until the render is done. That's what I do. So for me, this is not that big of an issue. And sometimes I render all videos at one, in 1 or 2 days. So the rest of the week, it's not an issue anymore. So and that's why I'm thinking I'm going with the Ryzen 5, because it's just, well, you also get a little bit better gaming performances with a R7 or Ryzen 7, but not so much that it's worth the extra price. So I may save money on the CPU and just get a Ryzen 5, and then, buy a really good cooler. And then maybe the next generation of AM5 CPUs that comes out, I would buy like a Ryzen 7 on Ryzen 9. But right now, I think I'm just going with the Ryzen 5, also because it's the new CPU. And all of the issues that they have with Ryzen's, the burned motherboards and stuff like that, it seems to be Ryzen 7 and up that have issues. Ryzen 5 don't seem to have any issues at all. So I'm also doing it a little bit because I'm concerned about the 3050. It will be doing a worse than my Intel Arc 750. It will not do well. It will be a little bit better in some games. It will be kind of comparable in a few games, but for the most part, my Arc card will win. So yeah, I the reason why I went with AMD is because they say that the next 3 or 4 releases of AMD CPU should be compatible with this motherboard here. So I should not be, so I don't need to upgrade the motherboard in the future. I only have to upgrade the CPU, which is the same I did with this motherboard here. Is that I changed the CPUs on it, but not the motherboard. But I may go with, if Nvidia keeps having quality of control issues, I may just go over to Intel or AMD, or not AMD, Apple. Like if prices on hardware don't fall in the next 2 or 3 years, I'm buying an Apple. I'm saving up for an Apple and buying an Apple. I don't want to be bent over and fucking, them yanking money while they're fisting me and telling me that I have to tell them that I like it. Like, I could get a Mac Mini for this fucking price here. And AMD is just as bad. AMD is just as bad with their graphic cards. They're just a little bit less expensive than Nvidia, but they're still massively overpriced. Yeah, I've been building a new PC for 2 months now. Well, I already have it. Oh, well, I only need the CPU and then I can get it up and running. What I need now is a CPU, cooler, and PSU, and then I can get then I have my whole system done. Yeah, the 3000 series, you need to go up to like a 3070 and up to get 1440p. A 3060 is starting to get limited. Because it don't have that many RAM. I don't know. I don't think it has that much RAM. So here's the thing. If you're buying a new graphic card, anything less than 12 plus gigabytes of RAM of your graphic card is going to bottleneck you in the future. You need over 12 gigabyte. It has a 12 gigabyte version. Okay. That will maybe help it out a little bit. But the 3060 is on par with my Intel Arc 750. Even my Intel Arc is beating the 3060 in some instances. Not the Ti, but the normal 3060. It's beating that in some instances. And it's on par in most instances. Ray tracing, of course, Nvidia is beating it in that. If that's something you care about. And mine is doing, the 750 is doing 1440p in between ultimate to high. You know, you mix high and ultimate. And you can get like 30 to 60 FPS depending on the game. If you want to go faster than that, if you want anything over 100 FPS, you need at least like in 1440p, you need like a 3080 plus, or you need like a 4070 plus. If you want to go over 3060 FPS. And a lot of gamers want that nowadays. 60 FPS is the old 30 now. I'm still happy with 60, even 30, don't mind that much. I'm not gaming like 10 hours a day, so I don't mind that as much. But when you push those frames, and the more intensive, like the bigger the maps and details gets in games, you need those fucking RAM modules. Like 8 gigabyte probably will be good for like a year or two. And then it's starting to become a bottleneck. Sadly enough. Sadly enough. Well, not sadly enough, it's just the evolution of things, you know. Things get bigger and more resource intensive. Oh yeah, why are we getting... Oh, that's because we look at a Linuxcast video. The fucking idiot. Scott and Mark learns to code. Depends on what version of the CPU you're getting. So you can get something called a boxed version and a non-boxed version, and I think the boxed version is the one without the CPU, and you save a little bit of money. And in my case, I never use stock coolers anyway, so those money just go to a third-party cooler. Yeah, I do game. I haven't gamed much the last week or so, but I do game almost daily. But I don't game for more than maximum 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours daily, maximum. And some days I don't game at all. Sometimes I go a week or 2 weeks without me gaming. But on average, I will probably be gaming 2 to 3 hours a day. And for 2 to 3 hours gaming a day, I can live with 30 FPS or 60 FPS. It's not an issue. Not an issue. Well, I kind of want... I like if the prices keep going up the way they're doing, my next upgrade will be getting a console and getting a Mac computer. And then use the upgrade, the computer that I'm building. When that's built, in a few years, that will become a home server. You know, where I can experiment with home lab stuff and stuff like that. And then I will get a Mac Mini or something like that and a console. Because I don't want to pay those ridiculous prices. For a graphic card anymore. When I can just get a console. The fuck? It's a hot wife though. So if I want, like, let's say 470 Ti, what's that costing? Yeah, so for 470 Ti, I can actually get an entry-level Mac 1 and an Xbox Series S for light gaming. And still probably save money if I want a 470 Ti here in Denmark. Like if I'm getting this one here, or this one here. This one here, yeah, I need to, the Apple and Xbox S is a little bit more expensive than this one here. But if I go up to like a 780, let's just do the non-Ti version. Yeah, I can get an Xbox, and I can probably also I can get a Mac Mini, entry-level Mac Mini, and I can probably also get a PlayStation 5 or Series X on sale for the same amount of money of a 480. You know, it's damn. Yeah, gaming back in the day was fun, man. Yeah, and I can play a few games on my Mac as well. You're right, Lo-Fi. Yeah, you get other priorities when you're grown up. But look at like what was a 1080? $600 for a 1080 in 2016. So that's the what is the fourth? So the 8 gig version is going to cost you about $400. So the 1080 was $200 more than a 460 Ti. Oh yeah, ARM is the future, man. ARM is the future. What was the 1070? That's of course is a little bit cheaper. So a 460 Ti is more expensive than a 1070. What is the 1070 spec? 8 gigs of RAM. That's the same as a 1060 Ti, than the one that they're releasing. Of course, it has less core and all of that, CUDA cores and whatnot. No, Linux is not the future. No. Linux will never be the future on desktop. And it had CLI. No, the problem with Linux, and I'm so tired of repeating this, but I have to. The problem with Linux is not Linux. It's everything that's missing on Linux. It's all of the compatibility missing. It's all of the software missing. It's like, for fuck's sake, they just now kinda got HDR to work, kinda. And it's been on fucking Windows for 11 years. That's the issue with Linux. No, Chrome, it don't matter. Chromebooks is not a... Forget about Chromebooks. Forget about Chromebooks. And Android, forget about Android. Android and Chromebook, maybe Chromebooks, but Android is not meant to be a desktop. Android is not built to be a desktop. That's why they're making Chromebooks with Chrome OS on it. And Chromebooks and Chrome OS is not meant to outcompete laptops and computers. They are meant to be used as light computing, or notebook computing as we called it back in the day. So that means like schoolwork, light office work and stuff like that. That's the target group. And for that, Linux is doing okay. But there is a massive difference between what you would be using a Chromebook for and what you would be using a Lenovo, whatever laptop for, in a corporate setting or even in a home environment in a lot of instances. If you're doing anything else than just doing office work on it, or spreadsheeting and stuff like that. And you know, watching YouTube videos and whatnot, doing Zoom meetings and stuff like that. No matter how you bend and shape it, Linux is not going to become the future, and it's not because of Linux. It's because of the lack of compatibility that Linux have with everything else. No, because then cloud computing will advance your will make your phone and your tablet more comparable. So here's the thing. There are so many people that are living with let's just say iPad. And the same with Android, like Chrome and stuff like that. There are so many people that are going away from laptops over to iPads and Android tablets, more than they're going over to Chromebooks. This is the future. A phone and a tablet is the future. A Chromebook is just something that's being used until the ecosystem of tablets and phones are fleshed out. There will never be here's the thing. When the desktop dies, there cannot be a year of the Linux desktop, because then the desktop is dead. Like, listen to what you're saying here. The desktop is not going to die, it's going to change. It's going to be something like this here, where you have a tablet and a phone. Then you come home and you connect that to a dongle. Or something like that. And to that dongle you have, you know, monitors, peripherals connected. And you may have an external graphic card if needed connected. That may not even be necessary if they purposely build games and stuff like that to the iPads and the phones. And then you work off your iPad and your phone, and it will boot into something a la DeX. Or what Mac OS is doing with, what is it called? Sidebar size, where you can use your, you know, here, where you can do stuff like this here. This here is the future. So you will have your phone with you all the time. You will have your tablet with you all the time. And then that becomes your computing world. Your tablet and your phone. And depending on what your work case is, okay, is it do I need to game? Then you attach things to your phone and your tablet that makes it into, like, you know, resembles a traditional gaming experience. There could be keyboard, mouse. You can already do that with the phones and tablets. Monitors, you can already do that with phone and tablets. You know, you just add peripherals to your device. You know, you're just adding peripherals to your Android or iOS device. And Android is not Linux. Even Google themselves don't regard Android as Linux. No, Android is not Linux. Yeah, we have DeX and iOS is no. It's a heavily there's probably more non-Linux code in the Android kernel than there is Linux code. Android themselves say that when Samsung gets their hold of the Android kernel, there is over 50% third-party code in the kernel than there is Android code. That means that Samsung is modifying over 50% of the code to be their own, or what you will call it. So when they take the Linux kernel code and modify it into Android, and then when Samsung or someone else is taking that Android kernel and modifying it into their own, there's more non-Linux code in it than there is Linux code. So it would be a stretch. I will call it a fork. You know, a fork or a Linux-like system. You know, we say that the Linux is a Unix-like system because we have a lot of the same tools as they do under Unix and stuff like that. That's how I would look at the Android. You need to spell his name correctly. That's how you should look at Android. It's a Linux-like system. Yeah, he is a troll. He's one of those people that think he's smart and being a troll. But the sad reality is that the mindset he has is like what the majority of Linux people thinks. Sadly enough. But yeah, the Android is, like I said, either a fork or a Linux-like system with all of the modification that's going on with the code. Yeah, you definitely are brainwashed, yeah. And just go look at the Android documentation, and that will clarify that for you right away. But that don't matter, because let's just pretend Android is Linux. Let's go with that. Android is Linux. Well, Android is taking more personal data and telemetry than Microsoft is doing with Windows. And Android is locking down, or Android devices is more locked down than any Windows-based computing system. So it's like, okay, we don't like Microsoft doing all of these crazy things that makes it anti-consumer and blah 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 blah, but we're okay with Android doing it because it has somewhat of Linux things in it. Is it just me, or does this sound really fucking crazy? It would not be a win for Linux because, like I said, it has almost no... Well, it has Linux code in it, but it's not Linux. You know, it's a Linux-like system at that point. You know, it would be I will say this, they are doing a lot of work lately, the last year or so, to make the Android kernel more Linux compatible or more Linux-like, or following more of the Linux base code. But again, when third-party vendors get their hands on it, who knows what the fuck they're doing with it? And that either diluting the water, So it's a little bit like mixing, taking lemon juice, put like a little bit of that into the glass, and then you add water to it. That's what Android is doing, adding water to that lemon juice. And they add their amount of water into. Then the third-party vendors comes in, and they add even more water into this lemon juice, until you can almost not taste the lemon juice anymore. So it's not really lemon juice anymore, it's like lemon-flavored water. That's what's going on with Android and stuff like that. And again, not to speak about Android, Google, the most predatorial company towards your privacy and data that has ever existed. Like, think about this. Who is Microsoft modeling their business model with or on for Windows? Google. Windows is trying to do what Google is doing with their products. Windows is trying to do what Google is doing with Android and their search engine and anything that Google does. So putting putting Linux up, or not Linux, sorry, putting Android up there as this like amazing fee or great thing for Linux. No, every Linux user that hate Microsoft should hate Android and Google way more, because Microsoft business model is built upon Android and Google. That's who they're covering. Hey Wells. It's like a hypocrisy as a place, yeah, I know. But it's really funny to see all of these Linux people fucking sucking the cock of Google and Valve, and can't get enough of their fucking sperm of joy and delight in their mouth. And not understanding that they are doing exactly the same fucking thing, and even worse thing than Microsoft is doing to you as a consumer. AOS, what is AOSP without Google? Can you please clarify that? I can't remember. I don't think I've seen that before. Like, even YouTube, having a YouTube account is taking more data from you than Microsoft Windows is. Having a Gmail account. Android open source projects with the custom ones. Yeah, but that's a third party. Is that not a third party? They're doing the generalized Android kernel now. They started that like last year, the year before, where they're trying to be as close to the Linux kernel code as possible, and then just adding modules of their own into it. But again, when third-party vendors get hold of the kernel, we don't know how much, they like they say in the documentation, up to over 50% of the original Android kernel would be third-party code. And that's not 50% of the Linux kernel, 50% of the Android kernel. So that means 50% on top of the modification that Android has done to the Linux kernel. Well, Linux don't call out Valve, Google, Apple. Well, they do Google to some degree, but not the same degree as Microsoft. They call Google services out. They don't call Android out. So they don't call Apple out. They don't, or as much Apple out. Some do call Apple out a little bit, to be honest. But they don't call much Apple out. They don't call Android out so much, and they don't call YouTube out as much, because it gives them or Valve. I don't know if I said Valve. It's Steam and Valve. They don't call those those products out because they're giving Linux nice things. That's all it comes down to. It's giving Linux people nice things. Like I said, it's like being in an abusive relationship where if I do the exact right thing, I'm not going to get hit in the balls. That's how I see a Linux user towards Android and stuff like that, because without Google sponsoring open source development, without Valve doing Proton, well, just imagine what would happen without Valve doing Proton. That would be the end of Linux gaming almost overnight, or the current state of it for a long time. So Linux users are really going on eggshells around to not piss off fucking Valve, because it's giving them nice things. What they do forget is that Microsoft is probably one of the biggest company that are funding most open source projects and spending the most amount of money on open source project that is not benefiting them at all. And let's not fool ourselves, it is a marketing ploy. They're not doing it to be nice. They're doing it to be fake nice, you know. It will help them in a monopoly case, for example. If someone's like, or antitrust case and stuff like that, like, well, we are sponsoring our competitors left, right, and center. Apple is doing the same thing. They are funding a shit ton of money and owning a shit like Crops, the printing services for Linux, owned by Apple. The web technologies that a lot of web browsers is based on, owned by Apple, done by Apple in an open source environment. Like Linux will not be as compatible on the desktop without Windows, Apple, Steam, and Google, and Intel and Huawei and all of these big billion-dollar companies. Those are the reason why Linux is as good as it is today. So it's like they want to eat the hand that feeds them, and then they are like calling Android for Linux and not really bitching much about Android that's doing way more than Microsoft Windows have ever done towards your privacy and your data, and being way more predatory towards it. To me, that sounds like so when I hear people say stuff like that, that means that they don't care about the data collection or the telemetry. What they are angry at Microsoft because they just don't like Microsoft. But they're using the telemetry and data collection as an excuse for them to be angry at Microsoft. But what they are angry at Microsoft for being as popular as it is, and that Microsoft has tried to outcompete Windows on the Linux on the desktop, and done things to hinder the growth of Linux on the desktop that every company would do. Had Microsoft not been the biggest desktop operating system, another company would have done the same fucking shit towards Linux. Any company do those things when a competitor comes into the scene. They try to squash them out. But because in this case Microsoft is the big dog, they're angry at Microsoft for being where Linux is not right now. That's a little bit of jealousy. And they are angry at Linux for something Microsoft did over 20 years ago to suppress the Linux desktop. And it was shitty, and I don't agree with it. Nobody agrees with it, and you get the idea here. But in reality, why Linux users is angry at Microsoft is because Microsoft done us dirty. Microsoft is too big. We want to be the big one, or at least be comparable to Windows. Microsoft has all the cool shit. Microsoft have all the cool programs. Blah, blah, blah. You get the idea here. That's why they are really angry at Microsoft. Then they're using this telemetry and data as an excuse. And yes, it's something we need to talk about, and it's something we should be aware about. But they're putting it way out of proportions. And they're just sitting and waiting for Microsoft to fuck something up so they can yell and scream at Microsoft. Linux people, the Linux community, is not really angry at Windows. They are angry at Microsoft and jealous as Microsoft and what Windows stands for, and they don't. As the primary desktop operating system. That's what this tells me. Because if you are I don't like privacy, I don't like data collection and telemetry. First of all, get off YouTube. Get off any Google product. Don't use any Google product. Secondly, do the same with any Valve product, because they are just as fucking bad as Google and Microsoft. But that means that they can't run a lot of the nice things that they want to run on Linux. Their games, for example. They can't use their precious Linux in quotes Android operating system. So another example here is that you probably have some friends, you know, and they have this like evil couple that they're always angry at. And you notice that if that couple or that person is doing something bad, they get really angry at them. But if someone else is doing the same thing, they don't give a fuck about it. If some of their other friends doing the same thing, whatever. That's because they're not really angry about what they are doing. They are angry about the person. You know, they're angry at the person. Or either they have, you know, fucked them over once, or, you know, done them dirty, or, you know, or they just don't like that person. And I would respect Linux users way fucking more if they said, you know what? We just don't like Microsoft. And it's not because of telemetry, it's not because of data collection. Yes, we are angry at that they're doing it, but we don't like Microsoft because it's Microsoft. I would respect them so fucking more if they would just come out and say that. Because then you know why they, you know where you have them. And is it because it's a big multi-billion-dollar company? Yeah, I would respect it way fucking more. Is it because you're a little bit jealous that Microsoft gets all the cool shit and the big on the desktop? Yeah, I would respect that so fucking much more because they are honest about it. Trying to hide what they really are angry about or don't like, and be like, oh, it's because of privacy and data collection, while they're sitting on their fucking Android, logged in on their Google account that have fucking 10 fucking credit card connected to it, and they have their driver license and their social security numbers all over the fucking Android system. And under Windows, you have none of that. It's like, yeah, dude, what are you doing? Open your eyes. You know, it's just don't make sense. So just come out and say, you know what? I just don't like fucking Microsoft. I don't like Windows because I just don't like it. There's some, you know, there are some people in life that you meet, you cannot put a fucking finger on why, but you just don't like them. And that's cool. That's okay. But don't try to pretend it's something else when it's not. Chromebooks is not going to replace the desktop. They are not. They are just not. Again, it will be something like this here. This here is the future. And again, we're just looking at an iPad. This could as well be any Linux, not Linux, any Android tablet that you can think of. You know, OnePlus, Samsung, you name it. You know, this is the future. And your phone. It's not Chromebooks and stuff like that. Chromebooks is just a gateway drugs into this here. That's all it is. You hate Microsoft. Yeah, cool. You now use Linux. What AMD features can you use on Linux, Protolam? No, it's not just a tablet with a keyboard. It's not running Android. It's running Chrome OS. In of itself means that there's a lot of things you can't run, and it's not the same experience and blah 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 blah. And you can detach the keyboard from a tablet. And why do you think you can't get a Chromebook where you can detach the keyboard? Because then it becomes a tablet. Then people want a tablet. Then they might as well just buy a tablet. Like I said, the Chromebook is just a gateway or a temporary middle ground between laptops and this here. And when this here becomes so good that it can replace a laptop, they have different service. They have a service tablet. They have a service laptop. Like the same with Samsung. They have a Samsung Galaxy Tab and a Samsung Galaxy Book. That's the same with the Surface. So it depends on Are you buying a Surface tablet, or you're buying a Surface notebook or laptop? Because they have all of those. They have all of those. And you just look it up in their product line. I think Layman Big is having a good old time. I don't know if I could live with this, like this, you know, in this environment. Like multitasking seemed like a bitch. But when multitasking becomes so great or so good on tablets and phones, that would be the killer. So multitasking and proper program support. So we got under Android, we just got our editing software, like a really high-end editing software in beta. And iOS have a few editing softwares. And both Android and iOS have Photoshop supporting them. Or Adobe products supporting them, and so on and so on. And this is the future. This is the future. But don't get me wrong, Chromebooks is amazing for, you know, the target audience for Chromebooks, which is, you know, education. Education. But I'm also starting to see more and more educational places going over to tablets. We need to get our heads away from. We need a screen, a keyboard, and a mouse. We need to get our head away from that. But I mean a screen, keyboard, and mouse that they all needs to be attached to the same device. That needs to be a thing. We need to get away from that thinking. But that's the market group or the target group that the Chromebook kind of fitting or replenishing, is people that want this here, but they still, you know, they still want a keyboard and a mouse attached to this here. Even though Chrome OS is a little bit different than Android and of course iOS or iPad OS. But until we get our heads around that, we don't need keyboard and mouse all the time. We don't need it all the time. When we get to that realization, which are not most, but a lot of people have done, that this here is probably also more the future. When people realize that they don't need a keyboard and mouse 24/7 attached to their device for doing computing tasks, this is going to take way more off than it's already done. And then you use your keyboard and mouse with Bluetooth and you use that with your tablet or your phone when needed, and when you don't need it anymore, you put it away. You know, and then you use your fat fingers to navigate and do shit. This is definitely it's like, this is not something that will happen tomorrow, you know. Your amazing big box that you're standing under the desk or on a desk, and your amazing big heavy laptop that you're running around with that costs thousands of dollars, it's still have years, you know, it will still go a long time before that is getting totally out of the way. But in 5 to 10 years time, we will all be using this fucking shit here. And only really select few people are going to think about this as a smartphone, and your desktop computer and your laptop as a dumb phone. There are still people today that needs dumb phones for certain workloads and stuff like that, and certain scenarios. And your traditional desktop and laptop is going to be the exact same thing. Like, there are specific use cases to have that you need a traditional desktop, and a traditional laptop. Anything else is going to be something like this here. A handheld device that you just plug into different dongles depending on your workload, or you attach different peripherals to according to your workload. And this is what ever since the smartphone came out, the future or the evolution has gotten more towards this here and away from a traditional desktop and laptop. The need for having a traditional laptop has shrunken so fucking much that most people don't even need a laptop or Chromebook to do the things they need to do. They can do it 100% on a tablet or a smartphone. Because what is a tablet? It's just a bigger smartphone. You know? It's just a more bigger, convenient smartphone to do more work. And they are starting to compete with laptops now. And it won't be long with like, just look at the Max M1 series. You know? Or M2 series. That's basically tablet and phone hardware put into a laptop case, where you plug in laptop peripherals. What are they using to plug in peripherals? USB-C. What do you have in the butt end of your phone? USB-C. Or Firewire if you have a little older device. You can plug most of the same dongles that you use for your MacBook into your phone and get the same extra fucking plug-in features. You can plug not hundreds, but tens of devices into a dongle that you have up in the butt on your tablet or your phone. Like, you could plug a USB dongle or USB-C dongle up your phone right now, and you can attach a keyboard, a mouse, card reader, USB sticks, and you can use them within Android and iOS. That's why the M platform is so fucking amazing for Apple, because they basically took a mobile phone and tablet hardware and scaled it up, gave it bigger everything, and put it into a laptop case and a computer case. But the system on a chip behind it, the motherboard behind it, is just a scaled up version of what's in here, or what's on a phone. That's going to be the future, where no matter what you're running the same kind of hardware. We are going into a future where computing devices is going to be appliances. It already is. People just don't want... Yeah, iPads, yeah. People just don't want to admit it yet. But a computer nowadays is an appliance. Almost nobody upgrade their computer unless they are a computer nerd. 10, 15 years ago, almost everyone upgraded their computer with new hardware. I used to help a lot of people with that back in the day. Just look at repair shops. Nobody repairs their computers anymore. I say almost nobody. That's why you don't see many repair shops anymore. And they're slowly going out of business one by one. People buy a computer, laptop, desktop, whatever the fuck it is. When something is wrong with it, they throw it out and they buy a new one. Even though they just need to fucking replace a RAM stick, or I don't know, reinstall Windows or something like that. They just throw it out and buy a new one, or give it to someone and buy a new one, or sell it and buy a new one. They are treating computers and laptops as, well, a mobile phone and a tablet, or a chair. When it's broken, throw it out and buy a new one. And I know this pisses off a lot of computer nerds, but that's the reality of it. So the fact that you can upgrade your laptop, or so your tablet and your phone, don't matter for those people, because that's how they're treating their laptops and their computers anyway. We've kind of become conditioned to some degree by the corporations to think like that. Apple is a really big component in that, with the lack of upgradability and the lack of repairability, the right to repair movement. Like, we should not have a right to repair movement. We should be able to repair everything. But it's built... First of all, if you want a device that's repairable and upgradable, it's going to be more expensive. It's going to be more expensive. And it's probably also going to be thicker and bigger and heavier. Because you can't just solder everything down to a motherboard and streamline it that way. And that production method would be faster and cheaper to do anyway, to just put everything down on a motherboard and blah, 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 blah. instead of having connections where you can plug things in and all of that fucking shit. Not only to talk about that, if you put stuff into connections that's put onto a board and stuff like that, you now have an extra point of failure. Welcome back, Lamer. Like, you have an extra point of failure right now, where if it's just sorted down to the motherboard, you don't have that connection that can fuck things up. So you will get less reliable hardware, you will get more expensive hardware, and you will get bigger hardware, but you can upgrade it and you can repair it. And I think, again, if you look at the history of how people are using their hardware, they don't want that. They want slim, cheap shit. I mean, it's not working anymore, they throw it out. And that's how they are now looking at computers and laptops. They don't repair, they throw them out. And then idiots like you and me, we get those laptops and those computers and we fix them, and we either sell them or keep them as spare parts, or we use them. Because we have a little bit of a brain and have not been totally brainwashed by the consumerism and all of that fucking shit. But we are really far and few between. How many people do you guys know nowadays that can put in a graphic card in a computer that is not a gamer or PC enthusiast? All of my friends back in the day, like 15, 20 years ago, they could install a graphic card. And they were not techies. Or at least they knew that they needed a new graphic card or a new CPU. iPad Pro with the oh man, I want your money, man. Lamer, I don't know who the fuck. Do you have a sugar mama? Is Becky your sugar mama? I will say this: when you have used a tablet with a stylus like this here, it's going to fucking change your world. It's so fucking amazing. When I bought my tablet, Galaxy Tab 8, I didn't know it came with a stylus, and I was actually really fucking angry because another thing I can throw away, you know, or I can leave behind, or get, you know, I drop it, or I misplace it, or I can't find, and stuff like that, and I really didn't want to use the stylus. But for note-taking, for writing, for navigation, for searching, it's fucking amazing. It's so amazing having a stylus. Granted, I don't use my tablet as much anymore because, well, I'm not out and about so much anymore. But I don't think I don't think I would want a tablet that didn't have a stylus, even though some days I use it a lot, some days I don't. It's still fucking nice to have, you know. But yeah, this definitely is the future, this here. Oh, you still? Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you had your own apartment or something like that. Why the fuck do I think that? Why do I have in my brain that you live by yourself? I was sure that you had your own apartment. But yeah, like if you want to see how easy it is to live without a laptop, I think he got back to using laptops for editing and stuff like that. Go watch this channel here, and there's way more of them out there. But if you are a coder or and stuff like that, yeah, you probably need a fucking laptop. Yeah, inflation, yeah. Yeah, we all need a sugar mama, yeah. Yeah, you're right, low spec, you're right. Like, even 20 years ago, like in the 90s, you need to know your fucking computer to run your computer. Like all of the kids, I'm sounding like an old guy right now, but all of the kids nowadays that is like, oh, I install Arch, I know exactly everything about Linux in my computer. Dude, you know nothing. Like, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but you know fucking nothing. Like, you really know nothing. Running Linux today, you don't need to have any computing skill whatsoever to run Linux today. When I say run Linux, I mean get it installed and doing web browsing and word editing. You know, doing the common tasks. You don't need much computing skill, if any, to do that. Oh yeah, go look at that Lama, the link I put into chat. Go look at his channel. He's having a his channel is based around him mostly using phone and tablet for most of his work. I think, like I said, I think he went back to a laptop for some workloads now. Hey Will, how are you, man? With your computer. I just saw someone traveling around Australia, and now I really want to go to Australia. I'm really into traveling channels lately. Like, I'm really watching a lot of traveling channels. I really wish I had the money to travel. I really want to go out and see shit. Yeah, I wouldn't mind buying used Apple products. It's just really hard to find used Apple products in Denmark. Your winter, Will, what you call winter, we call summer. Okay, what is the temp? How do you spell Sydney? It's spelled weird. Sydney, that is that. Yeah. This here is a cold summer day in Denmark. Like, I don't know what time you have. Oh, it's like 3 in the morning. Yeah. This here is a cold summer day. This here is like an average. Yeah, this is an average summer day in Denmark between 13 degrees to 19 degrees. That's a normal summer day in Denmark. When we get up to like 20-25, people start to yell and scream and bitch and moan and getting heat strokes and stuff like that. When we go from 25 to 30, everyone is dying. Everyone like running around panicking and dying and blah 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 blah. This is a normal summer day in Denmark. That's when we are really happy running around in shorts, fucking in the forests and swinging out dicks and vaginas all over the place and being happy fucking North European people. So yeah, I would love your winter times. You know, I talked to some other Australians on Instagram, and when they're bitching about how cold it is, and they say, hey bitch, just shut your fucking mouth. You don't know what cold is, man. Yeah, hey, I want to see pictures of that fucking pizza. I want to see pictures of that pizza. Yeah, but I don't like buying used products on eBay and Facebook Marketplace and stuff like that. I hate dealing with people like that. You know, I just don't like dealing with them. And I know most people don't, it's not set out to fuck you over and scam you and stuff like that. But I don't know what it is. I just don't like dealing with people. Like, I don't mind buying shit from friends and people that I know. But, you know, transferring money to a random person on the internet that I don't have anything to do with or anything I know is still kind of iffy for me. I'd rather deal with companies. And companies, because then I can, if I don't get my thing, I can, you know, there's buyer protection and shit like that. But yeah, so Will, I do best in warm weather. I'm a happy, like right now I'm a fucking happy guy, and the hotter it gets, the happier I become, up to, of course, a certain degree. 25 is, I'm happy. Between 20 and 25 is probably where I'm the best. 25 to 30, I'm like, and 30 plus, I can get uncomfortable. But you also have to remember, here in Denmark, like, we have a really high humidity. Like really high humidity. I still want to see your gas station pizza lamer. Like, I'm really into food videos and traveling videos lately. So please show us that amazing food, or show me. Amazing Mac app volume 1, apps volume 1. Final Cut Pro. Let's see how this is. He's an amazing guy. Yeah, you could use PayPal. You're right. I know it's just me not trusting people that much. I know. Yeah, gums. Yeah, I just don't like it. Yeah. Spring. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. Yeah. I love fish. I fucking love fish. It's just so expensive in Denmark. But I do love fish. Yeah, I do. Any meat, I love. Yeah, we need to make a food porn. You're right, Lame. We need to make a food porn channel in Discord. We do, yeah. Well, any meat I like. But I do like fish. I just wish I could afford eating it more. The kind of fish I eat is mostly, you know, fish sticks and, you know, stuff like that. You have to cook every day. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, if I like to have a big dick in my mouth, man, nothing wrong with that. If I like to, you know, get Will to fucking gag the living shit out of me with his massive penis and Lame tag teaming me, that's my prerogative. Even though I think Becky and Will's boyfriend will get really angry at me. I do like a good salad. I really do like a good salad. That also sounds really dirty. Give me that tossed salad over there, boy. But yeah. I do like a good salad. Like, when it's really hot outside, getting like a really good cold salad is actually really nice. And I also like bread. Like, I just like food. Like, I'm a fat motherfucker, can't you tell? Like, I like food. You know? Yeah, go, Lamer. Yeah, fit. Yeah. Oh my god, Mabel, I'm like, if you made that for me, you would be my best friend forever, man. I do enjoy some like, I do enjoy good food. I really do. I should have been a chef or something like that. I don't know, man. I fucking love food. I love trying. Right now, I'm in an Asian. So I go through periods with my food. Sometimes I eat, you know, in a period, I may eat a lot of traditional Scandinavian food. Then I go over to eating a lot of traditional American food. And right now, I'm in a Asian kind of thing where I'm eating a lot of Asian-inspired and Asian fusion food. And I kind of mix between those three cuisines quite often, or these phases quite often. It's like 1 or 2 or 3 months at the time. I'm like, now I'm just eating a shit ton of American-like food or Western food. And then, you know, I go Asian. Yeah, I will say that so here's the thing. I do like a really good burger. I do like a really good steak and stuff like that. But if you had to say to me, Ken, you can only eat one cuisine. Or one type of food. Either Asian or Western, European, American food. That was the only thing you could eat for the rest of your life. I think I would go with Asian food. Like, it would be really hard for me to say no to Asian food. Because it just, there's so many things and it tastes so different and so amazing. Oh my god, I love his keyboard collection over here. And I think European and American food, it's a lot of the same. It's just prepared in a different way. But it's kind of a lot of the same. Heavily meat-based with a little bit of a side to it, you know. Where Asian food is so fucking all over the place. so many soups and, you know, vegetable dishes and shell food and fish food and normal beef and oh. Yeah, lemon in salad is fucking amazing. It kind of makes it more fresh to some extent. I need to buy some lemons. I need to buy that. Because I do buy a salad once in a while, you know, pre-made salads. I haven't had it with lemon in forever. But yeah, that's fucking amazing. Yeah, chicken and rice, ace. Oh, for fuck, yeah. I just had today, I had like a spicy... Was it Indian? Some Asian curry. With rice and chicken meat. Fuck, it was good. That was fucking amazing, man. I definitely dig that. So a little bit spicy, a little bit hot, curry in it, really, really thick. I think it was done on, you know, some form of cream-based maybe or something like that. I don't, maybe Thai green curry. I don't know, man. Yeah, I think it was. It is Thai something. Yeah, it was Thai something. I threw out the bottle. It's in my. We have to separate. No, it is Thai. Now I'm remembering it. It is Thai. It was called Thai something. So we separate our garbage here. So I already throw it out in the glass container I have up here that needs to be empty, to be honest. I could go over and pick it out, but it is something Thai, something, yeah. It's probably the red one, maybe? Or the green one. It didn't look green. It looked like, you know, it had the same, it was like orange looking, if that makes sense. Fuck it, I'm going to find it. Give me a second. Yep, you're right. It's Thai red cooking something. It's the red curry, yeah. That's for... I could live off it. I haven't had it in 2 months. And it was about to expire. When I say about to expire, it still have a year left, shelf life left. But I kind of want to get through all my you know, my things in my pantry and refresh it up with new products. And I was like, I can't fucking remember. They also make one with the peanuts in it. Oh, it's fucking good. It's like a brand we have here in Denmark that makes Asian inspired. You know, the whole brand is like Asian food. It's not really good. It's really cheap and it's not really good, but it still tastes. If I went to Asia and I got a really, you know, well-made red curry, I would not like this here at all. But for what it is here in Denmark and what we can get for the prices that things cost here, it's actually really good. You know, compared to the choices we have. We don't have many choices with food like that. And it's massively expensive. But when I put it into the pan and made it, I was smelling it. I was like, oh my god, I want it in my belly now. Now. And I basically just poured over some minced chicken meat. I'm really into chicken meat lately because I need to lose weight. I'm starting working out again and all of that fucking shit. And I just feel better eating chicken. I don't feel so bloated and so bogged down and stuff like that. But sometimes I do like a good steak or a good, you know, minced beef. I'm not that big of a pork eater. Pork chops I love, but minced pork, grounded pork, is not really me. Grounded beef and stuff like that, that's more me. Or grounded chicken, minced chicken is definitely me. And then once in a while I go with the with the cow. And I only eat like pork chops and stuff like that if it's cow. Or not cow, pig. Like if I need a pig meat, I don't like it grounded or grinded and stuff like that. It has to be slices of meat from a pig. I like that. Yeah, ribs is really good. Yeah, ribs is really good. Yeah. No, it's like chicken meat. It's just you just feel. I know it sounds stupid, but I don't feel so heavy. It don't feel so heavy in my stomach, and I feel a little bit more like fresh, or it don't bog me down so much. It don't make me so tired, or it's hard to explain. But I think it's because there's not so much fat in chicken. It's one of the leanest meats that you can get. Where if you get grounded beef or pork, there can be a lot of fat in that shit, and it will be really a bomb to get in your stomach. This looks really fucking amazing. Now I don't need my fucking computer to edit anymore. And this here will probably also render my computers 10 times fast, or videos 10 times faster than my fucking computer is doing. Yeah, of course. We all need a good steak and burger and stuff like that once in a while, but you just feel, again, the best way I can describe it, eating chicken meat a lot, is that you just feel lighter. Like, you don't... So, if you eat a big meal of grounded beef or something like that, or pork, you just feel 5 times better, 10 times better if that was chicken. You're not that... you don't feel that full for that long. You don't feel that you just ate a fucking prick, and you're running around with a prick in your stomach and stuff like that. Again, that could just be me. You just feel like it's not that big of a... it's kind of like it's not taxing your body as hard as meat is... not meat, but like pork and cow meat is. Or beef is. Which is really weird. But I think it comes down to that it's just way leaner meat. That you don't get all of that fat with it. Even though you can get really, really lean beef and really, really lean pork. But it's still not the same. I tried it. Oh yeah, I love sweet stuff. Like, I love almost... I can eat hot, sweet, sour. I'm not that picky, man. If it's different, I love to try it. I love trying new things. I love getting new things in my mouth. My tongue needs to taste new things, ladies. Wink, wink. I love experiment. Like, if it's food and it's not stinking or smelling like someone shit on a fucking plate and served it to me, I will put it in my mouth. Taste it. If it's like massively gross to look at or smell, I will not eat it. The consistency, I don't mind that much. I don't give a fuck about. But if it smells and look really fucking gross, I'm, like someone barfed on a fucking plate or something like that, after a night out on a, 2 burritos and 6 dinner kebabs later, and it all comes out of them again, yeah, I will probably not eat it. But other than that, I don't give a fuck. If it's intestines or anything like that, I will eat it, man. I will eat it. I've eaten seal intestines and... Oak intestine? No, not oak. Reindeer intestines, I think it was, before. Hearts and livers I've eaten before. Chicken hearts and chicken livers, cow livers. I'm not that big into liver. I can eat it, but it's not my favorite. Yeah, I will eat testes and penises and vaginas if it's served on a table and it smells nice and it looks nice and it's, safe for consumption. I will eat it. I will taste it. For me, if eating is also an experience. You know, you're experiencing other people's culture and you're experiencing something new. It's kind of like going to a new country or seeing a new movie or going to a place you've never been before. It's something new that you've never tried before, and I love that shit. Like, that's not the same with like a new program you never used before and a new operating system you never used before. I love that feeling when you go into something totally like a noob, like you know nothing about it, and there is so much to explore. I love that feeling. There's something called natto in Japan, and I don't think I can ever try it. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? What is it? Natto? Oh, fermented beans. Oh, yeah. That I hear this smell really bad. And taste really bad. Yeah, I've heard it actually tastes really bad. But they say it's really healthy for you. I would try it. I will try it. Also, they say it will give you really bad breath, by the way. You are right, it looks like it's cheese. And I always thought it looked like spit or saliva or something like that. But yeah, it actually looks like cheese, yeah. Yeah, forbidden cheese. Yeah, it's semen. Look. Lamer just came all over all those beans there. As far as I understand it, a lot of the younger generation of Japanese people don't like this either. You know? It's some form of, like, either you like it or you don't. It's like what my notion of from when I'm seeing Japanese people have something to do with it. Cholesterol free, high fiber, good source of protein, low sodium. Oh, there's a lot of fucking protein in that shit. I need some fibers, calories, carbs, fat. So it's a high carb, high protein diet food. Ooh. Hey, Lamer. We just looked at all the food that you just came all over for all the Japanese people. Look. Now I know every time you're going to Asia with your Lamar cosmetic brand, you're just going to Japan and jizzing all over the fucking beans and putting them into bamboo thingamadooskies and serving it to the people. And now the Japanese people are addicted to your semen on beans, on soya beans. They say there's a lot of help with the immune system, body weight, skin, cardiovascular system. Maybe I should get something of. Can I get that in Denmark? Like, I will definitely go and buy this shit. Oh, I can! The Chinese supermarket. Vietnam supermarket. Oh, I need to try this. So we have a few of these online shops in Denmark where you can buy Asian food, but it is expensive. It is expensive. Yeah, Soya Man. Lamer the Soya Man. Yeah, there's a lot of food that does that too. Your rice is actually really good for you. Vietnam supermarket. Oh, spring rolls. Egg rolls. I want this, to be honest. Am I going to spend my whole paycheck on Asian food instead of fucking what you call it, computer upgrades. Flying Goose is actually really good. I don't think I ever seen this site. I know about there's a couple. This one I know about, and there's some another one. Oh, is that shrimps? This don't look bad. Noodles. Rice, sauce. Oh, it helps if I'm actually the right thing here. Let's see what they have. I know it's in Danish, but or oyster sauce and stuff like that. I need some of that also. I have soya sauce, and I have sweet and sour chili. Well, I need to buy a new one of those. Also, some Tabasco would not be bad. Like, look at all of this fucking shit. You don't get this in Western food. Yeah, sesame oil. Yeah. I need that also. Wasabi. Sesame sauce. There you go. Oh, that's sauce. We need oil. I should make a video where I try Asian candy and stuff like that. I do like me some candy. And put it up on my Laugh At channel. I want everything, and like I fucking want all of this. Korean barbecue. I so want Korean barbecue. The pizza is in Discord. That's a gas station pizza. I'm going to that would be a gourmet pizza in Denmark. That's what we get, and this will be a typical, and this is even better topped and looking better than 90% of the pizza places in Denmark. Danish people, or the people in Denmark that own the Danish pizzerias, cannot make pizza. Unless you're going to one of those 5-star restaurants and pay, like, you know, your kidney to get a pizza. If you're going to, like, normal ordering out or delivery pizza and stuff like that, this here would be, like, fucking the most amazing thing you could ever imagine. And then you have to pay, like, $15 for it or something like that. I don't know how much you paid for this one here. But yeah, this looks way better than 95% of the pizzas I get delivered. And I pay between $12 and $18 for, or no, not 18, $12 and $15 maybe. Or between 10 and 15, I think would be the right thing to say. But I do want, like, Korean barbecue. I've heard so much good about it. I so want to taste that. How much did you pay for this pizza here? Just round it up if it's like, you know. I'm starting to get really into noodles again. Making my own stir-fried noodles and my own noodle dishes and stuff like that. I don't like these, you know. I do like these instant noodles, but it's rarely I eat them. I like to just get the noodles and then combine, you know, ingredients myself with, like, and I'm not a big soup eater. At least not traditional Scandinavian soups and stuff like that. I don't like those. So I normally just, you know, make the noodles and then put them over some meat and vegetables and stuff like that. Make like a wok out of them or something like that. The soba I really fucking love. Oh, God almighty. I am so hungry right now. Lema is just stuffing his face with a pizza I will die for. But that pizza here in Denmark will probably cost about $15. I need to work with a few Chinese people for a bit there, and they love sharing their candy. Yeah, I bet they did. Oh, I love candy, man. Yeah, White Rabbit I've heard about, yeah. Also, they say that, Asian food makes you live longer and all of that shit. So we should eat more Asian food, I guess. I'm just fascinated by it. Like, I love the Asian mentality to life. Like, ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to go to, live with some Japanese people or, Korean people or something like that. Maybe Malaysia or something. Like, I've always been fascinated by that area of the world. Ever since I started to do martial arts and I got a little bit taste of what it was, like the whole mentality to life and the way they act towards each other and other people and stuff like that. Like, they just seem so less selfish than the rest of the world. And I'm so fed up with the whole Western philosophy about me, and fuck everyone else, and this so egotistical, narcissistic way of life. It's fucking bogging me down, man. And everyone is your enemy, and let's hate everyone, and I just don't know. I want chopsticks. I love eating with chopsticks. I love it. It will be difficult to eat a steak with chopsticks, but I fucking love chopsticks. Oh, I need this food steamer. I need a bigger house or a bigger apartment. But yeah, I fucking love... I haven't eaten with chopsticks in forever, man. It's also ultimately like that everywhere. It's the state of the world at the moment. Like, when I see people traveling in the Asian countries like Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, Korea, Japan, and stuff like that, they don't seem to have that if any of it at all. It's us crazy European kind of people, Europe, Americans, Australia, New Zealand, Western culture. It's just become really fucking... I do know that in Korea they're working themselves to death, and they have negative growth, human growth in Korea, South Korea. So more people die than they are born, and there's a high suicide rate because of the stress and stuff like that. I just like... I like the maybe it's because I'm autistic, but I like that it's not all about their fucking feelings, running around thinking they're the most fucking unique person in the world, and everyone should give them this advantage and that advantage, and everything is about them and blah blah blah. It's about the collective. They're thinking about the collective, and I kind of like that. Where over here and where you are, it's all about me. Oh, is that dragon fruit? I really want to taste this dragon fruit. 1 kilogram cost over $20. Holy shit. Mango. I fucking love mangoes. So much good things. I don't know. I just feel that it's dry foods, noodle, rice. Let's see how rice they have. Spices, canned, snacks, beverages. I once had like a. I need to get a shit ton from this fucking company here. They are expensive though, but fuck it. You only live once, Mushrooms. Shrooms. That's actually not that expensive compared to the supermarket. Like, I'm sitting here and spending, in my head right now, I'm spending my whole salary right now. I want this, I need that, I need a couple of those. I'm like a fucking chick in a shoe store right now. The only problem is transportation. It will be a fucking... We are looking at Asian food that I can get in Denmark. Preserved dog eggs. I don't know how I feel about that. Snacks. What do you have in snacks? Oh, these look so good. Pokey. I need to try Pokey one day. Fortune cookies. You're a fat bastard. Okay. Mushi. Oh, I really want those. Wasabi coated green peas. Hey, bear. Yeah, the same here, Don. The same here, man. I love everything about Asia. To such a degree, I'm about to figuring out how much money I need to save up to retire at some point in like Malaysia or something like that, or Vietnam, or you know, being like one of those old single idiots that goes to Asia. Kit Kat mini chocolate almonds. Ooh, that's, oh my god, they are expensive. This is like double the price of normal Kit Kats. Over double the price. You're retiring in the Philippines. Yeah, the Philippines should be really okay also. The thing with the Philippines is that electronics in the Philippines is so fucking expensive. And they have shitty internet. Yeah, but you can't work part-time in Asia. That's the thing. But if I could get like an online job and it didn't matter where I lived, I could live in some place in Asia and then do all online work. That's what a lot of those nomads are doing. You know, they work online and then they just live in those places there because then you don't need to work so much. Well, so here's the thing: until they have it, it's not something you should move for to say that, oh, they will get it at some point. It could be 2 years, it could be 10 years, it could be 50 years before they get it. Probably not 50 years. But you know, the politics and all that fucking shit goes into it. Hey, Arnie. How was the upgrade? I really want these onion rings. Onion flavored rings, there you go. Yeah, candy looks so good. Candy bar. Nom, 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 nom. Yeah, but isn't it massive expensive? Like, isn't it massively expensive? What do you pay for Starlink? I read it wrong, by the way. I thought you said they will get it eventually. And is it not just certain areas and blah, 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 blah? Yeah, Ubuntu's upgrade has been really, really great. Yeah, but you have to remember the price of internet in the States is like... We pay like a third of it here in Europe. Like, we pay almost nothing for internet. Okay, what are you getting for 50 USDs? So I need to... We need to do like a converter here. So you said 50. And that's way more than I'm paying for 100 megabit. Okay, so I'm getting a 200 down and a 50 up for... What is it? 70? 280. Let's do it 280. For $40. I'm getting that for $40. But what is the Starlink price in the Philippines? And what is the speed in the Philippines? That was what I was asking for, not Not. So, do the Philippines have Starlink? And how much is it? And how is the speed? I know that Malaysia have really good internet. Korea, Japan, Vietnam should also, like in the big cities, have really good. 1,000 megabits. I could probably get it for about that money, yeah, if I had fiber optic coming in. Actually, fiber optics is actually cheaper than coaxial in Denmark. So I could get like a 1,000 megabit for probably less than what I'm paying right now. I could probably get it for like 28 to $35. It's actually cheaper than coaxial because they want people to move away from coaxial. And when I say they, I mean the government. So it's 100. Yeah, so that's too expensive. What's the upload speed? I need a good upload speed. Anything under 50 megabytes, I can't live with. Anything under 50 megabytes upload is just too little. Like this is the where I live. I can't get any better internet upload speed. The download is okay for me right now, but if I could get like 200 down and 200 up and stuff like that, yeah. But upload speed means so fucking much to me. It's almost more important than download speed, to be honest. Well, not more important, but almost on par with download speed. Yeah, here in Scandinavia and Europe in general, fiber optics are quite cheap compared to the rest of the world. Average. $20 up, I could kite. 20, I could stream with it because I'm using between 8 and 10 right now to upload with. And gaming would be fine, but uploading videos, you need 30, I think, is like scraping it. I remember I had like a 5 megabit upload before, and it took forever to upload videos and stuff like that. And after I got like a 50 megabyte up, I feel like that's the absolute fucking minimum. If you're uploading a lot of stuff. What is this here? Oh, that's your card. Ah, I got. Oh, it says it down here. Fuck me, I'm stupid. The thing with mango drink. Oh, the thing is that this is so expensive to get shipped because it's so heavy. Bubble milk tea. Ooh. I do like these aloe vera drinks. Oh, it's a Danish. It's called the Chinese shop. It's a Danish Asian food store that sells all kind of things from Asia. Root beer. Oh, I love me some root beer. And we have a few of those shops. We have like, I think we have 2 or 3 online shops that do 3 or 4, maybe more, but I love looking at this stuff. But when I buy Asian food and ingredients, I don't just do it at my local stores. I never get it delivered because it's too expensive. You know, if I order 10 of these here, the package would be so heavy that not only is it expensive to get shipped, because it's massively heavy, it's also like I have to carry it home, you know, so, and I don't have a car or anything like that, so I need to put it on my back, and then it's like running around like 10, 15, 30 kilograms of fucking shit on my back. Like, it's doable, but it's not, you know, it's not something I'm like, yay, let's go and do some walking on, you know, rucksacking on my way home from the shop, even though I do that sometimes anyway, but I'm too fat for doing that right now. Maybe when I get in shape. Oh, you're the one that exposed him. Cool. Awesome. Tell me more. Tell me more, because people say, people have been whispering in my ear that he don't have an editor. Oh, sorry, an editor, a script writer, that it's all him. How did you figure it out? Who do you talk to? Who did he fuck? Who did he kill? How many children did he strangle? I want all the dirty details right now. I can't stand that guy, by the way, but yeah, give me all the deets, man. I do like me a little bit of gossip once in a while. Oh, he's still going strong here. Editing videos for us all. Is it stopping when I'm tapping out? 27. $33. Let's do some stuff here. 1533. Remember that, peeps. Why the fuck? What am I doing here? Because I feel like we've been looking at that shit forever and the video didn't really finish yet. 50 fast homemade Asian recipes. I think it is stopping. I think it's pausing the video if you're tapping out. What happened is I was at work on phone and an article brought up by Jack Wellen at CNET. I was reading word for word his article. Oh. Yeah. I then told my channel subscribers. Oh, Dragon Ball Jiu-Jitsu, I know him. He don't like me at all. Why didn't he wait until you made your video when it was your scoop? Did he just steal your scoop? That's not nice. Like I'm sorry, but if he knew that you would make a video about it and you know, it's kind of something big in the Linux circles that someone is patronizing someone, he should not have made that video. That's not nice. I'm sorry, but that's not nicely done. If he knew you were going to make a video about it, he should have waited until you did it. It is your story. But hey, it's not surprising, to be honest. And then you message Jack Wellen about it. Okay, he asked you. Okay, gotcha. But if you just did it out of the blue, then I would be a little bit... Oh, Danish recipes. Kimchi. I hear kimchi should be really, really good. I'm not that big into sushi, sadly enough. Dim sum. Ramen. I fucking love ramen. Oh. Doner kebab shawarma. This is... Like Mediterranean, Turkey and Middle Eastern. Fucking love that food. Mediterranean food is fucking amazing also. Like Mediterranean food and Middle East. Oh. That it was 7 articles. And that he got the legal department in. Oh, god damn. Falafel. Oh, this is so good. And it's vegetarian. For you guys. Peking dog. Oh, fuck yes. Classic Gorang? I never had that or seen that before. Pillar for Aussies, or however the fuck you pronounce it. Tambura, I've heard about that. Naan bread. We can actually get that here in Denmark. It's not as good, but supermarket made. Manti. Green Cowan. Green Curry. Danish food is so boring. Oh, tell me about his AI conspiracy theory. I haven't watched that video yet. I am not, maybe never go. Like, I saw the title of the AI thing he was talking about. Or the video, I think it's the video you were talking about. But I saw the article, not the article, the title for it. And I was just like, fucking hell. Fucking hell. No. Just the art, like the just the title of his video, and knowing him, I was just like, dude, come on. I think I know what he will say about it, but I want to hear it from you, what was going on. But I have an idea. Wagyu. Never had it, but Danish food. Yep, it's pausing the video when you're tapping out. I didn't know Google did that. It's pausing the video when you're tapping out. Then DT made his video on it based off the Dragon Ball Jiu-Jitsu one I posted on my channel, and it all, it all blew up. Yeah, people are crazy about AI. It's I don't know, man. It's until it becomes sentient or something like that. I don't think we should. There's no real fucking need to. It's like AI is just clever programming. It's not really like. What is it that they're saying? That the most clever AI we have is not even as intelligent as a rat or something like that. Like, it's like... Yeah, let's fear a rat. It was him going nuts on how AI is going to ruin the world, and that is going to... Terminator. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, that was something like... That was what I expected. That the AI is taking over the world, and so here's the thing, Linux Tube. Linux users like him, they are kind of like preppers. People that are foreseeing the end of the world every fucking day. They roll out of bed and look out of the window. A nuclear winter is coming and shit like that. That's the kind of person he is. Him and DT are like that. But their end of the world is technology and Microsoft and Google and proprietary company and closed source. That's their Armageddon. But they are no different from the preppers. If you look at prepping videos, I do like watching prepping videos once in a while, but some of them are fucking mental. And it's the same mentality they have. The same mentality as extremists. Religious extremist groups, where instead of another religion, these people here, their extremist viewpoints is towards proprietary software, Windows, and AI and stuff like that. I do think DestroTube is a little bit more welcoming the AI overlords. But yeah, they when I started to get really into prepping, like watching the prepping videos just because it was funny to me, I started to see a lot of similarities with the Linux community. or at least the really crazy toxic Linux community. And then when I was watching other extreme videos about extremists, I saw documentaries about other extremist groups, or people out in the extreme, not extremist groups per se, but people that were doing extreme stuff in the name of something, or doomsdayers and stuff like that. They talked a lot about the religious extremists, and I'm like, fucking hell, that's like looking at a Linux user talking about Microsoft and Windows and stuff like that. It was just really mind-blowing. I think everyone is concerned about the state of the world. Don't get me wrong. But it's not like tomorrow everything is going shit up, or in like the nearest future. We still have a lot of time to rectify this, and I do honestly believe that we will. It's all like we have like, every time something like this happens where people get, or the society gets so wounded up about something, there is also a lot of people that are speaking up against it and stuff like that, and trying to, level the thing a little bit. And then you find a middle ground. I don't know if an open source alternative is going to be. I think people put too much power into open source. Open source only matters for developers. It don't matter for anyone else. It's not going to matter for anyone else than developers. And it's going to allow developers to do a lot of things, and a lot of amazing things, but you can do the same with closed source and stuff like that. It's just, open source is a development philosophy. It's like a way to build a cake, make a cake, or a way to make a dish, or a way to build a car, or a way to service a car. That's all open source is. It's just a viewpoint or an opinion on how to do a thing and maintain a thing. I think people put too much power into open source, and then they forget about that. It don't matter if it's open or closed source. What the problem is, humans. It's the people making the software do or don't do things. It's the humans. Like, Microsoft would be as evil with open source, no matter if you could see it or not. It don't matter if you could see the code. Like if I gave you the Linux kernel code right now, how long will it take for you to find a telemetry software in there if you had to single-handedly look at millions of lines of code? And here's the thing, the only people that are looking at the code is 90%, this is just numbers I'm throwing out there, by the way, but mostly, let's say 80 to 90%, they develop by themselves, and then the rest is other developers. And then you will have, once in a while, you will have some random person looking at it at home, but it's almost non-existing. And they probably are just looking at it for the sake of looking at it. The whole premise of people can see the code. It's like, again, I say this a lot. I live 30 minutes, not even 30 minutes, 25-minute walk away from the beach. So, because I have easy access to the beach, I should be swimming in the beach every morning and all the time because I can. No. I'm almost never at the beach. It's probably been 10 years since I was at the beach the last time. Just because you can don't mean they will, or it's a guarantee. And people tend to get that mixed in their head. That it's like open source is not being done much different than closed source, meaning that the majority of development is coming from the developers themselves. And then the same with closed source is that, well, if they need help or someone wants to contribute to it, they just sign an NDA. If they are welcomed in, you just sign an NDA. You can't use this in competitive advantage and blah, 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 blah. And then they're helping with the closed source code. It happens all the fucking time. Microsoft do that all the time with their hardware vendors, software vendors and stuff like that. They do that a lot. Giving them insider tools and information they just can't tell anyone else about it. It's not like Microsoft are the only one working on Microsoft code. So it's just like open source is basically just that without the restrictions of an NDA, which can be really beneficial for some projects and people. But the vast majority of open source products is being done primarily by the developers that are developing that product or project. And almost no any more influence from the outside than you're getting with other people or other software licenses. I will say this, that any software that is being made in an educational institute, so MIT, Boston University, Merton University, Copenhagen University, and stuff like that, that should be not GPL license, but public domain or MIT. It should be a non-licensed license. They should not be making millions of dollars on code that they make and their students make, because they are an educational institute. So any code they do and fiddle with, that should be open for people to be able to learn from. That's probably the biggest strength with open source, is that it's a great learning tool where up and coming developers can see how other developers are doing stuff. Other than that, it's not having much benefit on the world. How many people in IT do you know about that have contributed to an open source project? How many home users do you know that are contributing to an open source project code-wise? The IT world, probably a few. The home hobbyist world, almost no one. So can don't mean will, or it's a guarantee. And again, I think a lot of people are putting way too much power into that can. Could happen. Maybe. Have the chance. It's all depending on, well, luck. It's like gambling on luck to some degree. But I will say, like I said, like if some form of institution is making an open source or software project, like any government institution that is based on learning, that should be out in the open. That should be out in the open. I'm always thinking about people contributing to the community. So they are with exposure, money, translation, art, but mostly not coding. So basically, most people are contributing to open source projects mostly with things that has nothing to do with open source, the code. Like a Linux, like you making videos about an open source project, that's exposure, that's advertisement. Even if it's negative, it's a form of advertisement, putting it out there. That's contributing to the community. Making, helping translating from one language to another one, again, contributing to the project. But that don't help the code. That don't help the code whatsoever. And there's probably for every one person from the outside that contributes to the code, there are probably hundreds of thousands doing those other things. I'm maybe all exaggerating a bit here. I don't have any, concrete data on it. But I made a video called "Is Open Source More Secure?" where I looked at white papers that people had made, and had two white papers and one study about security within Linux and open source. And I've read probably close to 20 white papers on open source and security over the last couple of years. And all of them, unless it was a white paper from Red Hat or SUSE, but all independent white papers I've read from, it could be a university or something like that, could not find any concluding evidence that open source was better or more secure or than closed source. It was more based on opinion than fact. The same with contributing to open source was more based on opinion than facts. Meaning that there were no concrete evidence that they looked at, depending on when the white paper came out, they looked at, 20, 30 years of Linux content. Is that the right word? Code? Yeah. Your Discord is not... I don't know if you were in here, so I'm going to say this again. Your experience is not a milestone of how real life is. By your definition, and what you're saying right now, that mean that Danish is the most spoken language in the world, because every time I go outside, everyone I talk to speaks Danish. So therefore, Danish must be the most spoken language in the world. So that's why you can't use one individual person as a benchmark of what is right or wrong, or what is the real picture. And that's also why you can't use one small community to see what is the real picture. You look at as broad of a data entry as possible, as many people as possible. And that's what those people have done. They have looked at thousands of projects, papers, research studies, and so on and so on. Meaning that they have way better data collection than a Discord server with, let's say, 100, 200 people in it. They have thousands of data entries that they're looking at. People, other papers, other articles, blah, 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 blah. So it's really dangerous to say that, oh, I know people that do it, so therefore it must be a thing. Well, not really. You all know that Huawei is the company, or is the single-handedly most contributing factor to the Linux kernel. Look it up. Yeah, it happens. Like, there are people that go outside their door and find money. Just because something happened don't mean that, again, like I said before, it don't mean it will. And that it's a common occurrence. I get that you're glad to see it, but you have to remember that you're in a really unique situation. You are having a Linux YouTube channel. You are having a Linux Discord surrounded about open source. It would be weird to not have people that are helping each other with Linux and coding and open source in there. It would be weird to not have people in there contributing to open source or Linux. That would be really weird. Like, let's be honest here. Having a YouTube channel and what the fuck am I saying? A Linux and open source channel and a Linux and open source Discord, and nobody is contributing to Linux or open source. It would be like having a Lambo channel and a Lambo Discord, and everyone was driving Chevys and talking Chevys. It will not surprise me that. It just means that what you are saying, it makes sense, and you found those select people that do. But it's just not how the world is, because it's like looking at the world with a magnifying glass into an anthill and say that this anthill represents the whole world. If that even makes fucking sense, I don't know. Oh god, no, don't this dude, no, stop. He's a fucking mess. I think I actually have banned him on my channel, if I'm not mistaken. Dragon Ball Jiu-Jitsu is also banned on my channel. Tell him I said hi if you see him. He got really angry at me. He got really fucking angry at me. The lucky one. No, I don't ban people if they are... I was about to say nice people. Well, I think that's the... I don't know if that's the word. I don't ban people just for disagreeing with me. Or being angry at me. It's how they're doing it. It's how they are angry at me and how they're disagreeing with me. And how they are treating other people that don't think or agree with them. So if they are toxic, close-minded extremists, you know, that it's my view and blah 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 and fuck you all and you know, I don't care if we agree or disagree. You're getting banned. That's not what I want. Or if they are massively trolling just for the sake of troll. I love trolls if they are funny. If they're just trolling because they, when I say their form of trolling is being toxic, obnoxious idiots, that they think that's trolling, being obnoxious, that's not trolling. But if they are trolling and they think that being obnoxious and being an idiot is a troll, like this dude here, they get banned. You know, you can troll me all you want if it's funny and it's a good troll. This is how I am. Like, again, if I talk to people like they talk to me. So if someone comes at me, you a fucking fat idiot, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, and blah 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 blah, I will talk the exact same way to them. I hope I talk the same way to you as you're talking to me, or at least I feel I do, even though we may disagree on some things. But if people come, you know what, you forgot about this, and this is not right, here's some data, and blah blah blah, I will take it in, and I will, you know, I respond the way people respond to me. So if you're aggressive towards me, I'm aggressive towards me. If you make me, or if you think or make a assumption that I am stupid, I will make the same assumption towards you, and I will treat you accordingly. You know, if you treat me as a toddler, I will treat you as a toddler. If you treat me as a spoiled child, I will treat you as a spoiled child. And a lot of people, they don't seem to understand that. Maybe it's because of youth, I don't know, but you're cool and can get hot-headed real quick. I have no problem with that. I never, like, I may sound like I'm angry, but I'm not really angry. When I'm getting interested in something or excited, I talk fast and I stutter a little bit and I raise my voice. That's me getting excited because I want people to hear what I'm saying. So I talk louder than I normally would. But anything on this YouTube channel, I think really few times have I been angry. Really few times, like 1 or 2 times where I'm like, I need to calm down. I need to get away from this. Really few times. Most of the time, I'm just massively excited because I love these conversations, even if we don't agree. And I have a lot to say, and I want to listen. So I'm trying to talk faster than I think sometimes, or I think faster than I talk. I think that's the right term here. But I'm sitting with a smile on my face. I'm laughing. I'm having fun. It's a... Oh, thanks, Links2. You are pushing out slowly the amazing, beautiful Laura, sadly enough. I think I will make her this channel's mascot just to make her uncomfortable. I hope the boss guy is coming up. Is the... Yeah, it will come up. No, it's not DistroTube. Oh, we are back to Linux Marble. But yeah, like 99% of the time, even when I'm... Oh, there you go. Even when I'm poking at people in the comment section and having a debate with them and stuff like that, it's either because of engagement or because they are so fucking out there that I find it really funny, or the conversation is massively interesting. Rarely do... If I get angry at someone in my comment section, or I'm really wounded up by someone in my comment section, they get banned. That's how you know that I'm angry at you. Or I don't want to talk to you at all. That is if I ban you. Anything else is just me having fun or being interesting in what's going on. Or poking people, get a reaction out of them, trolling them a little bit, you know. You have made me frustrated, but not angry. You made me to a point where I'm like, should I ban this guy or not? Or to a point where I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You make no sense. You know? No, there's no Linux 2. This whole thing here with my live streams is, think about it as people going to the pub, having a beer and talking about whatever the fuck we want to talk about. It just happens to mostly be Linux and computers. But we have talked about mental health issues. We have talked about... I got just bad with my mom, not to be morbid. I'm not sad about it. She was a bad person. But, you know, we have talked about lost family members. We have talked about relationships, psychology, every fucking thing you can dream of, you know. No, if you don't get back, no. It depends on how you act. I don't even know who you are. I think I know. You call Mabel on Discord also. No, I don't ban people on Discord if they don't. So, the place where you act stupid is the place that I ban you. You know. So if you are a dickhead on YouTube, I would be looking out on Discord. But here's the thing. Most people that are dickhead on YouTube is a dickhead everywhere. So it's just a matter of time. Like, I'm 40 years old, and that I know for some it's young, and for some it's light, and for some it's old. But what I have learned is that if someone is a dickhead in one area of life or in one place in life, they are dickhead everywhere. They just tend to try and hide it more in other places. Will Discord ban me, so if I don't confirm my email there? I can't remember if I have that enabled or not. Because you can enable, so you can only get verified users into your Discord. You know. So you need to have a verified, I think it's phone number and email address. And I know for a fact I don't have the phone number verification enabled yet. But I don't think I have, like when you joined Marble, did you have to confirm your email address? Because I don't think I have enabled that myself. It could be an automatic thing that the Discord is doing, but I didn't enable any of that. Oh, you did? Okay, that's a okay, that's a Discord thing then, because I have not enabled it. The same with my live streams. It's not in members only or sub only, because this is like, my live stream is kind of like fan service, or what the fuck you will call it. You know, my live stream is open for everyone. The only thing is that if you want to play this back, you have to be a member. So if you want to see this in the future. And I don't know who the fuck wants to do that, but if they want to, it's one of the few perks that I have for members. And it's 99 cents or $1, what the fuck it is. In Denmark, it's little over $1 because of taxes and all that shit. And that reminds me, I need to record a monthly vlog. And in the first Sunday every month, I record a members-only vlog. Where I just talk about the channel and myself and, you know, a little bit of insight. I'm just writing down that I need to record a log for this week. And I do, once in a while, I do members-only posts. If I'm thinking about doing something for the channel or changing direction, I tend to post that in the community tab for members. And hey, is this a good idea? Should I do this? I haven't done it in a couple of months. I've been busy with, like, you know, my mom got really, really sick. I've been there for many years, but she got hospitalized, and then, you know, after a month almost in the hospital, she died. So I've been dealing with her funeral and and her sickness and family drama the last month and a half, and so I haven't had much time to dedicate to the channel, so to speak, or to talking to the community or the members. But I want to do more, and I'm looking into doing other perks. Like there is emotes, of course, if I'm not mistaken, that you can use. I do have a few emotes, don't I? Yeah, I do. I have these emotes here. And I think I unlocked some more emotes, but I can't remember. But yeah, depending on, like, I want to do more with the member section. But I just don't know how to go about it, to be honest. The only reason why I enabled it was because people told me, and I've heard this from both successful YouTubers and not successful YouTubers, that if you enable membership, YouTube pushes your channel more. I think I have 9 or 10 active members. About 10 active members. Oswald was so generous to give a lot of people membership not long ago. So I think I have 9 or 10 active members. And before that I had like 5 or 6. A dickhead is at home. They are a dickhead at church too. Yeah, or a dickhead at home, they're dick. Yeah. 10 plus me plus 1 more equals 12 watching. I don't think all my members are watching, to be honest. I can look, but I really don't know, to be. I can look. You give me 1 second here. Analytics. Open up. I'm not losing instant now, I don't know. Is it audience? Where the fuck is members? Where have they put members? Huh? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking at statistics. Oh, it's earning on YouTube. Here you go. Total members 14. Members gained the last 30 days 17. Cancel last 30 days 2. So yeah, I'm at 14 right now. Why the fuck are they? It used to be under. Oh, yeah, I need to check this out a little bit more. Oh, no, I'm not, like I said, I didn't. So I was talking to some YouTubers, and YouTube kept emailing me like once a month or every 2 weeks or every week once in a while about enabling membership, and I was asking people that have been doing this and more successful than me that if I should enable it and if it would help my channel statistics. And I'm all for sure. Yeah. Go do your thing, man, and hope to see you again. And thanks so much for stopping by, and thanks for the donation. And I will check out your channel because I don't know if I've actually looked at your channel. I'll post your YouTube in here so people can see. I had to disable ads or links because people, they, the sex bots and all of that fucking shit, they post links all the time. I will check out your channel, man. I don't watch Linux content so much anymore, so nothing personally if I don't subscribe, but yeah, I'm trying to stay away from Linux content lately. Yeah, exactly, Marble. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I was talking to people, and then I was like, well, if I enable it, I need to set up. You know, you need to have you know, you cannot enable memberships and then don't have a membership. You do a lot of reviews. Yeah, then maybe if you do a lot of distribution, I do like distribution reviews. I'm one of those small fuckers that really like distribution reviews still. So I may be watching into that though. I will probably be doing that. But yeah, I was like, what is the lowest thing that I can set it to? And that was what I have it right now. That is the absolute lowest I can set it to. And again, if it becomes relevant in the future, I may add a tier 2, like a loot box 2, and then hey, I watched Linux 2 was actually the Nextcloud. Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, so if there becomes demand of it, I will probably make a tier 2, you know. And I do have some plans about, like, tier 2 could be like personal updates, I think, or behind the scenes videos, I don't know. And maybe maybe a monthly members only live stream. Or I don't know if that should be for tier 3 if that becomes a reality. I think I will move that to tier 3 if that becomes a reality at some point. No, do like once a month. So the same month that you're getting a members only vlog, then the next week you can get a members, or you know, the first Monday or something like that you get or the first whatever Sunday you get a members only live stream or something like that. But depending on how in quotes it grows, and I have to add another tier, and I will ask, of course, the community about or the members about that if they think it's a good idea. I may do like a $5, like $4, $5. I don't know how much. I will look into what the perk is, depending on what the perk is going to be or perks is going to be. Because I think you can make, I don't know how many tiers you can make, but I think 3 is like the recommended. I was like, what the fuck is the name Nextcloud? Oh, Cloud. Yeah, Cloud is basically just some other people's computer, your own computer connected to the internet. So we use a lot of fucking words in the tech world. We want to look smart. That's another thing I've learned with all of this tech shit, is that tech people love to look smart. So they use a lot of complicated stuff, use a lot of complicated words to explain simple things and do simple things. And I don't really like that. But it is what it is. And the more fancy and buzzwordy it looks, it sounds like, the more happy, you know, people do. Yeah. If it's your computer. So, yeah, well, Nextcloud, think about it. It's just, you're just taking the cloud home. You know, you're just taking the cloud home. So, do with it what you want. I think what Nextcloud means is that you have access to your data from outside of your home. So instead of having a Google Drive, you will have a Nextcloud and stuff like that. That said, I'm getting really into the, like this, oh, people are going to hate me now. But I'm getting really into the Microsoft ecosystem. They just updated the Outlook, and you can have like they have like OneDrive, have a vault now. It's fucking amazing. So you can store sensitive files in a vault on OneDrive. Google Drive don't have that shit. You know. And for like, is it $2 or something like that? you get like a big vault and a bigger vault, and you get like 100 gigabytes of storage and stuff like that, and you get for a little bit more, you also get, well, you get, if you get the Office suite, you get everything like that. Plus you get, you know, like, I'm fucking impressed with their plans here. Like, I'm really impressed. So this is just the Office thing. So this one here, like, this is not fucking expensive. For one person, 100 gigabyte cloud storage. Works blah blah blah, mobile version of Word, Excel, PowerPoint, OneNote, OneDrive, and more. Ad-free Outlook and mobile emails and calendar, advanced security features, access to Microsoft Export. $20 a month. I'm getting this shit. I'm putting it out there. I'm buying that shit. I just don't know what account I should do it for. If I should do it for my personal account or my tech channel account. It would make sense to do it on my personal account, because that's what I use for my login for my personal Windows machine and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm definitely getting this. And it's about the same for... I have Google Cloud, same 100 gigabytes of cloud storage, but I don't get a vault. I don't get malware, and I don't get ransomware protection, as I do under Microsoft. Yeah, it's software as a service, let's be honest here. But Google does the same shit. I'm actually getting more here than I do with Google. But why I need Google's the first plan they have is because I have 2 devices that is backed up to the Google Cloud. And they take a lot of fucking storage. But I may cancel that and just get this one here. But Android is more... well, Samsung is really wanting to integrate OneDrive. But, like, what you get from the personal one here for like $70 a year is not that fucking bad. Get Excel, PowerPoint, Windows Defender, Teams. Teams is actually really good. Like, Teams is actually really good. Like, I'm impressed. Yeah, the ecosystem for home users is actually really powerful. But it's only powerful if you're not alone. Like, if you don't need Office suites, like if you're running LibreOffice, Google Docs, you know, stuff like that, you don't need this here. The personal Office suite. It's only if you need Microsoft Office and if you're working with other family members, or, you know, it's a work/home account and stuff like that. What I do think everyone should be getting will probably be this one here. Would probably be this one here. Because just having the vault, that is like a encrypted password encrypted secure place where you can store shit in, is amazing. And like I said, Google Drive don't have this. Teams is mostly being used by companies, yeah. But I talked to some people at work and stuff like that. And Teams is just another... people use Teams instead of Discord now. There's not a lot, but I hear more and more people using Teams instead of Facebook. So think about Teams, a mix between... Do you remember TeamSpeak, Marble? You know, TeamSpeak. It's a mixture between TeamSpeak and Discord. It's a mix between those two. Oh, so TeamSpeak used to be a chat service. Yeah, Skype. So it's a mixture between Skype and Discord. A mixture between Skype and Discord. just way more optimized. Like massively more optimized. And you can do a lot of amazing things in Teams. You can do some things you can't do in Discord, and Discord can do some things Teams can't do. Yeah, I don't trust Mega Drive. There's been like Mega Drive has been so much controversy. I don't trust it, and it's not as convenient and built into Windows or your systems like OneDrive is, or Android systems and so on. But yeah, Mega Drive is really sus. My family and I split Office 365 to get 6 accounts with 1 terabyte storage for each. It's pretty great. The iOS apps allow you to back up your phone for. Oh shit! Really? That's amazing, Paul. Yeah. I have a video I made about why I love Microsoft account, and I may need to re-record it, but Microsoft, like, the only thing I don't like about a Microsoft account is that Windows forces you, in quotes, to do it under the install if you have a Ether, or if you have any internet connection, Wi-Fi or Ethernet or anything like that. But you can go to local accounts when you have installed Windows. I don't like that they are forcing you to do that under the install. But I do think that a lot of people would benefit from Windows. It's a must. If it's detect that you have any workable connection device, it forces it on you. So what you can do is plug out the Ethernet cable and disable Wi-Fi. Then it's not a must anymore. It's not a pain. Like I said, you disconnect the Ethernet and you take out the Ethernet cable. You go into the BIOS and disconnect Wi-Fi. Then you can install it in offline mode. It's that simple. I've done it at work. It's that simple. But if it detects that you have a working network, it wants you to have an MS account. But when you are in Windows, you go into your account, your account settings, and then you can switch to a local account. And then you can use the local account and delete your Microsoft account. So you don't need to have it to run Windows. They just kind of forces you. It works. It works. It works. I did it last week. Yes, you can. You cannot process without Wi-Fi if you have the Wi-Fi turned on. Like, if Windows detect you have a Wi-Fi module, then you can continue. You need to go into your BIOS and disable Wi-Fi. Because if it see your Wi-Fi is working and detecting, and it's detecting Wi-Fi's hotspots, it wants you to log into one of them. But if you're disabling it or if it's a dongle you have on your computer, you remove the dongle, you can. And again, I did it last week. I just unplugged the dongle from the computer. And I didn't need a Microsoft account. But again, you need to go in and disable all of that shit. Which is really, really fucking no matter how you can do it and why you should do it. I don't really like it. But let's be honest here, we can't do anything online without having an account anywhere, everywhere. Every fucking site watches to have an account nowadays. It's fucking mental. It's so mental. Everyone wants you to have an account, and it's the future. It's sadly how it's going to be. It's going to be like that in the future. But I'm like, you know what? If you're forcing me to have a Windows account, give me Windows for free. Like, I will gladly give you an account for free if I get Windows for free. Like, I will gladly give you making a Microsoft account if that will make you happy. I will make a Microsoft account if you give me Windows for free. That's a good sacrifice. DuckDuckGo is not that favorable anymore. There's a lot of issues with DuckDuckGo lately. Yeah. But here's the thing. Here's what you do. If you really don't want to have a Microsoft account. So, under the installation, it asks you, do you have a Microsoft account? If you don't, it is like, okay, we can set up a Microsoft account for you. And then you just set up a random ass Microsoft account. Just make a fucking random Microsoft account. Install Windows. And when you're done with installing Windows, you go into your account and you switch to a local account and you delete that Microsoft account and never use it again. So it's really not that big of a problem. It's just irritating that you have to make a throwaway Microsoft account. I've done that also a couple of times at work on laptops, where I didn't want to go in and change the or mess with the BIOS. I just made a random fucking ass Microsoft account, installed Windows, deleted the switch to a local, made a local account, deleted the Microsoft account, and then used the Active Directory account that they were assigned as their work account. It's really not that. Again, it's irritating. We should not have to do it, but it's not that difficult. I mean, you don't need Rufus. Like, you don't need all of these. Like, again, we are making things more complicated than they are. We are making things more complicated than they are. Command lines going in and disabling shit and customize ISO for spending 2 minutes setting up a Microsoft account that you then don't use anymore. Like, is it really that big of an issue? Really not. Let's be honest here. You need. I like Rufus also. I have most success with Rufus. What I am looking for is a tool where I can have different operating systems or like different. Why do I still use Linux? I use Linux all day, every day. Not all day, but every day almost. Yeah, every day. I like messing with it. I need a tool that can burn more than one OS to an ISO. Because I want Windows 10, 11, Ubuntu, Parrot OS, I think it's called, like a security tool a la Kali, but better. And the clone thing, what the fuck is it called? Clone disk or something like that. But I can't fucking find, I can't remember what the tool is called. I tried Ventoy, but it didn't work that well. It didn't work at all. Or it was acting up. It was not compatible with a lot of machines, apparently. I need a tool that I can use on all the new hardware. Apparently Ventoy has some weird craziness going on with it. I could try again, but it was acting up. It didn't work, or the USB just didn't work when I tried it. And I did all the steps. Yeah, but I did all the steps and I did what it said and all of that fucking shit. And then I wanted to boot a laptop up with it. And this was like a 10-year-old laptop. It could not. It just didn't want to work at all. Like, it didn't even detect. It detected the USB, but it didn't detect the USB as a bootable drive. So I need something like Ventoy. Maybe we can do like Ventoy alternative. Yeah, you go play whatever. Because right now at work I have Windows 10, 11, and then I want like an Ubuntu, LTS. But I don't want one USB for all of those, and then I want like the Parrot OS and the Clonezilla. That's the word I was looking for. But if I could get all of that into, like, I have 60 gigs USB devices. Yeah, I think you're right. C6. It's the, but I needed to support legacy also. Because I am working on some systems where they don't have UEFI. Oh, this here, yummy. Multi-boot boot. Yup. Blop. Yeah, but I want your website. There you go, official website. Oh, this looks really interesting. Hmm. Yeah. So they also have a legacy one here. So I could have one with both. Like with the legacy and... Oh. Interesting. I actually need to pee like a racehorse. Can you guys, like, let's look at some fail videos here. And then I will go pee. People die inside instant regrets. It's not going to take me that long. Yeah, start, skip. What's that?
Wow. Why did you even have a spray shield there?
Shamaya! Yes, queen! Oh, shit!
You okay?
Sharpest.
Oh, advertisement. Fuck you, man. I need an ad block on this one here. Holy shit, that was amazing. This one here looks really interesting. BIOS and UEFI boot and legacy BIOS So this one here does both. Yeah, BIOS and UEFI. Okay, got you. Oh, Jason. Oh. Oh, persistent storage. Nice. What is multiboot saying? Oh, crap. I think this is outdated. Yeah, let's multi-boot. Last updated 2018. Goodbye. It seems like Yummy is like super launcher. Amazing iPhone transfer. They are really out of the ballpark with these. Burn your ISO image direct to USB. The software allows the support creation of a bootable disk with Windows operating system. Ooh. You actually make a live USB Windows install. Ooh. Hey. What do we have here? Ventil. It's a Rufus USB. That's great backups. They all like Unet boot, and I used to use this a lot. Yeah, it looks like Yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Where's my gummy? You can also create your own storage folder within Yummy folder on the flash drive, and then just drag and drop your ISO, IMG, VIM, VHDX, VD, VTOY, and EFI files into those folders. You can set up the system will add entries to the discovered items. Storage file can be larger than 4 gig. You can use this version if your computer supports pirate booting, and if you do not plan to run Windows installers on the in UEFI mode. So it does not support larger than 4 gigs, so I cannot even use that. Yeah, I need this one. Give me a second. This right? Okay. Oh crap. Holy fuck, that was a small program. PendriveLinux.com. Weird ass website name. Awesome sauce. Awesome. I just edited the video where I crash Q4 OS in on a 1 core 1 gig system. Skip trial. That is going to be interesting when that comes live tomorrow. Silent Hunter. Wow. YouTube is a fucking rabbit hole sometimes. My ChatGPT for a workflow tip as a software engineer. Your video is boring, I know. I do like this computer field channel quite a bit. I clicked you. There you go, buddy. You cannot learn anything in 4 hours and master it, or be somewhat good at it. It's just stupid to think so. A Java developer learn Python, of course. This guy here makes a lot of... You should watch... Oh, I think you already are watching him, Lamer. When is World Web... Worldwide Development Conference? Is that what it's called? 2023? When is that coming out? Yeah, everyone say that they will come out with a VR system. Lemon, you're an Apple boy right now. You have to know stuff like that. Oh, crap. That must hurt. I still don't understand why people are watching the Linux cast. I just don't get it. Van Life Gaming on a mountain. Is this the guy that I've seen before? This is actually really, really interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen anything from Switch to Linux, but he's still uploading. iPhone, Samsung. Goodbye iPhone. Hello Galaxy S23 Ultra. I must say Samsung is a fucking good mobile phone, but I watched a video about South Korea and the big companies basically controlling South Korea now. It's like almost a fucking cyberpunk
So it was in the news
experience.
that there's a 50
PDF at 30. Why do nerds look weird? Like, yeah, he looks like the Walking Dead, this guy with the long hair here.
WWDC is just about 1 week away, and I'm personally very excited for it, as this is said to be one of Apple's biggest events in their history. There are 6 announcements that are basically confirmed at this point, so here's everything to expect from all of them. Oh, and yes, I do have the flu, so apologies for my voice. Okay, so the first announcement is going to be iOS 17, and this is probably going to be the most exciting one for most of you, as all of you with an iPhone will get to enjoy some new features. Speaking of new features, there are a number of major ones coming. There's
this is lamer in like a year.
That could bring some nice quality of life improvements, some big updates to the lock screen once again, that would now give us the ability to share the lock screen with our friends, which is awesome. And then also have live Apple Music lyrics displayed directly on the lock screen, as well as the ability to adjust the font size. There's apparently also going to be a journaling app made by Apple that would allow users to keep track of their daily lives and also track their mood throughout the day. You'll also be able to preserve your voice in case you lose your ability to speak, like, you know, in my case right now, by recording 150 sentences, and then your iPhone will use that to synthesize an AI version of your voice.
Ooh.
Pretty cool. Then the Wallet app is also getting some updates with a navigation bar and also the ability to store more items. Now, a really interesting update is said to be some sort of Apple Home mode for when your iPhone is charging. So likely similar to what happens when you put a Pixel phone on the official Pixel wireless charger. You get this Nest Hub UI, which allows you to see all of your home accessories and control them from there. We have seen rumors of Apple working on a HomePod with a display attached to it to compete with Google's Nest Hub and Amazon's Alexa Echo. So it could be that this is Apple's way of trialing that functionality early. And of course, we're also getting that big sideloading update in Europe, which will allow us to install apps from outside of the App Store. What this means for us is that we'll be able to install apps such as Fortnite, the Xbox xCloud, GeForce Now, and more, and get a much better experience than the web streaming versions of those apps. And what this means for developers is that they won't have to pay that 15% to 30% Apple tax anymore. Now, these are the main iOS 17 updates. Of course, there's way more updates.
Like
so if you want us to make a separate video going through
like Steam
20
numbers.
or so updates, then do leave a comment.
I think they take about the same amount.
Nyd sommeren med de bedste lydbøger hos Mofibo. Lige nu får du 4 måneder til halv pris. Gå på
Now, the second thing to expect at WWDC is iPadOS 17. And here, the main update is said to be lock screen customization. By this, I mean the ability to add widgets, the ability to change the wallpaper whenever we want with ease, essentially the same lock screen experience that the iPhone got last year with iOS 16. For some reason, the iPad is a year behind the app library and the on-screen widgets.
On the simple settings also got me to 40 FPS. That's kind of good though. With everything set to high, or also view this distance, I got 24. Oh yeah, you're going through the translation layer. Yeah, that's right. You can probably fiddle with it a little bit and get like 30 FPS, really good virtualization, visuals, not virtualization. But like, so tip, shadows, bump them down. You don't need much shadowing when you're like, you won't notice shadows that much. So put them to medium. And the same with lighting, put that to high. And that will probably give you 30 FPS. I can't remember all the settings right now. Anti-aliasing, put that to 2 or 4. 2, maybe. You know. Yeah, but that's more... The CD is more CPU taxing than GPU taxing, though. Because there's a lot of, in quotes, AI going on, or automation going on in the back end. It tends to, like, traffic tends to be more CPU bound than graphic bound.
Also came a year late on the iPad, but hey, at least we're getting those features. Speaking of getting features, the Health app is also apparently coming to the iPad. I actually do use the Health app quite a lot on my iPhone to keep track of my sleep and my overall fitness. So the fact that I'll be able to do this on the iPad on its much bigger display that can also display more data is pretty neat. Not much else aside from some of the new features that the iPhone will also be getting, such as the updated control center, the journaling app, and sideload. Okay, number 3, we have Watch OS 10. And this is actually expected to be a huge...
Lamer, you need an iPhone. You need an iPhone. You need all the things I can't get. You need an iPhone. You need an Apple Watch. You know, you need a sexy girlfriend. You need a big car. Big, massive, muscular car. You need it. You're young. Sell your... Like, look, Lamer. You're never going to get as much money for your flip phone as if you sell it now. Like, you're not going to get as much money for it. Now is the time to sell your flip phone. It's only going to be falling drastically in price. And I like selling your flip and then spending maybe a little bit of money, not so much, you can probably get a really good second-hand iPhone. Yeah, but here's the thing. Upgrade now, and it's only rumors. Until it's on the market, you can't use it anyway. And why wait 2 years when you can use an iPhone now? And then when you're done, you sell that iPhone. It will still be worth a lot of money in 2 years. Yeah, that phone will still cost a shit ton of money in 2 years when you sell it. That's kind of like, even if you return to the Apple Store, they tend to, you know, give you good, like, look at how much money you get from a 2-year iPhone if you return it to the Apple Store now. Like, what would that be? Like a 12 Max? iPhone 12 Pro Max? What would that cost as a return in today? That's probably about the same you would get for this 14 Pro Max. Like, I am, like, even though I have an Android tablet and I really like it, I am massively debating that my next phone is going to be an iPhone. Because of the app ecosystem is just way better on iOS and then next year, or I may even later this year, buy a second-hand iPad, and then I don't know what to do with this Galaxy Tab. I may leave it for, I don't know, testing purposes and stuff like that. Like, I'm not selling my phone. It's like right now so I'm weird. I tend to collect old phones, so I have almost all my mobile phones from the last 10 plus years somewhere. I have the original iPhone 3GS. I have an iPhone 6. I have a Samsung A80. I have an old Huawei phone laying around in a drawer. And then I have the S21. It's because they're not, you know, they don't take up so much space. I just can't, like, I just can't get myself to get rid of them. And because they don't take up so much space, I still have the original boxes and everything. I have the original Galaxy Watch and its case. And I think I still have the case for my Galaxy Watch 4 that I have. Maybe it's because they're so expensive. Like mobile phones. Like, I'm never going to get rid of the GTS 3GS. Because that's still an original iPhone. Original design is just another, 3G network. I'm keeping that forever because that is going to be a collectible. Come on, dude. Like, come on. It's neat to see a phone. You know what? Take a piece of paper and type phone on it, and then you can fold it. Like, it's not that, like, I've never been impressed with, like, I used to have a old colleague on my old job. He's not, like, he's still a colleague, but you know, I used to work with a colleague at my old job. He got the Samsung flip phone also. And he showed it off at work, and I helped him out with it a couple of times. And it was fun and interesting, but this is how I think. When I want a phone, I don't want something big in my hands. Then I would just go for a tablet. I want my phone to be like 6-7 inches. You know. And that's just like a phone for me. If I want something that goes way bigger than that, you know, 8-9 inches, I might as well just fucking use a tablet. I want it because it's techy. It's the tech in me. Yeah, dude. So here's the thing. Flip phones and foldable phones are not really that hot in the tech world. Like, not a lot of people like those phones. Like, you were one of the... You know, it's like a Marmite product, or what you call it. Either you love it or you hate it. Like, I don't think that would be many money worth in the future. You had a Motorola V3 Razr back in the day. Not bad. I never really... I had Motorola, but that was before the smartphone area. Yeah, I don't think that it's like... Hey, dude. Sell your flip phone. Get an iPhone. And then in like 2, 3, 4 years, if you really, really want a flip phone just to play with, buy your version for like $200. You know, buy the first flip phone Samsung made used for $200. And then you can sit there and play till your fucking tits falls off. Or buy an iPhone now, and when Apple comes out with a foldable phone that is going to be way better than Samsung's, by the way, you just buy that one. Yeah, flip phones for me is I think it's it's a period thing. Yeah, exactly. GXN. Yeah. It's like yeah. And then it's like thick as fuck to have in your pants. Like, people think you're running around with a boner all the time if it lays in the right direction. It's like you're having two phones glued to each other. You know? Don't get a tablet. No, you're right, Inner Dimension. Yeah, another 5 camera lenses and all of that shit. So there is something pushing you over to an iPhone. You want it because it works in with the ecosystem. Honestly, Lamer, I don't like. If I had a Mac, I would probably get a fucking iPhone tomorrow. You don't want to run around with a tablet. Well, with a flip phone, you are running around with a tablet. Or get like a 7-inch phone or something like that. You know, one of those Ultra phones. Yeah, I've seen him. He's actually a good channel. I've seen his videos before. They're actually okay. Like, we can get like a 7-8 inch tablet also. 9 inch. They don't take up a lot of space.
Beautiful.
Yeah, do it. Do it. So, you know what? You're going to be so much more happier with the apps on iPhone. Like, I used to love... So here's the thing. Before I got the tablet, I loved the Android ecosystem. Like, the apps on Android. When I got the tablet, I started to hate the apps on the ecosystem, or on the Android store. Because when you're looking into them and you're looking at what you get on... Just the quality of apps that you're getting on the iStore. And the features those apps have on the iStore is way succeeding what you get on the Android. And I honestly, I can't wait to get rid of the Android ecosystem. I can't. I use Google Nest and Google Hub. No, not Hub. And I don't have an Android C. No, they need to be upgraded, maybe. Yeah, but that works really well with iOS devices also, Neymar. They work really well with iOS devices also. So from what I've thought about getting a TV, you know, like not a cheap TV, but a middle range TV, like a smaller size one, and I was about to say glue it onto the wall. That would probably not be a good idea, but buy one of those monitor arms, and then put it up to a wall that I have, and then put either Apple TV or Google TV on it, and I wanted that for a long time. But I'm living in such a small apartment that now that I have like a 27-inch screen, I don't need it anymore. But back in the day, like a year or so ago, when I was looking into it, and it would just be a computer monitor. I would just be buying a 1730-inch computer monitor, 17 to 32 inch computer monitor. But anyway, back to the story here. I looked into Google TV and Apple TV, and for me, Apple TV just seems to be the best one. It just seems to be the best one. Because it's its own thing, where Google TV, you're streaming it basically from your phone or your tablet, which could then drain your battery and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I would definitely, like, if I needed a box like that, I would go with the Apple TV. I would definitely go with the Apple TV. And I think we have some teenagers outside with their mopeds thinking they're fucking rockers. Or you don't have to use your phone anymore. That took them a long ass time. Oh, it's just a reskin Android TV. Gotcha. Yeah, Roku could also be a good idea. Yeah, like from what I could see and how they worked and the quality and all of that, Apple TV just seems to be better, man. It honestly did. It is also a little bit more expensive, but just also like the services you get with it, the service, and it just seemed better. I don't know how to explain it. It's just when I was looking at how people used Apple TV and Google TV and what you can do with it and blah 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 blah, it just looked like you got more out of Apple TV, and it was simpler to some degree. And yeah, I don't know how to explain it. I think now that you are going being the Mac, cult leader that you are, you're doing your cult a disservice with all of these Google and Android thingies. So Apple TV is so much more than TV. Apple TV. So what I wanted Apple TV for was the streaming services capabilities. and the networking, like watching movies that you have on your network and stuff like that, really, really easy. Apple TV, I don't think have any TV service, at least not in Denmark, at least. That, you know, it's not like you're getting TV stations on. Apple TV is basically just a expensive Roku with better hardware and better capabilities. It just seems to be the one that had most streaming services enabled that you could use and stuff like that. Nah, I again, Apple TV, dude. Dude, Apple TV, man. Oh yeah. Oh, this is the streaming service. Where's the box? Where is the boxies? What the fuck is this? Ah, football. Who the fuck wants to watch football? Apple TV 4K, there you go. I have not looked at Apple Music in forever. Starting at $130. I would buy this shit. Oh, you can do fitness with it. Come on, man. You can tighten up those cheeks from when Becky is slapping you and fisting you in the basement. You know, get really tight fucking ass cheeks for her. She will fucking love that, man. And Apple Music is in it also. Apple Arcade. iPhoto. Dolby HDR 10 plus. Oh, what's that? Oh, that looks fucking fancy. What movie is that? Dolby Atmos. And you get look at this, you get a small, really, really amazing, you know, long, thin product that you can use in your tiny hands. You can use iPods or AirPods. SharePlay, lights and cams. Come on, man. What is Apple TV? I never tried Apple Fitness Plus. Use the credit card. Yeah, sell your flip phone. Yeah, Apple TV Plus is the streaming services. Yeah. Google TV, there you go. Like, I don't know what it is with Google, but Google just can't develop good apps. Like, their interface is always fucked up. Like, it's so old and outdated and looks like something an engineer did, like, just for the sake of demo purposes. Oh, you get cashback. Oh, yeah, that's the whole fucking thing you guys have over there in the States. I forgot about that. I never tried Google TV. It does look cool though. Neither did they. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, it's really cheap. Ah, gotcha. It looks like a tick or something like that. Like you gave your fucking, you know, TV genital warts or something like that if you're plugging it into it. Yeah, so the Apple TV don't have Ethernet cable either. You have to pay extra for that for some fucking reason. Like, So the 4K one is almost the same price as the Apple TV. What Google doesn't tell you, and what I've seen a lot of videos, the Google TV has USB-C, and you can use a USB-C dock stay. Yeah, that I've seen before. Yeah, that I've seen before. I think it's actually, yeah, here, see, in the butt of the tick. It's also how you charge it, apparently. So you put this into like a USB, a HDMI cable. Then you have this big fucking plop, and if you plug another cable up the ass of it into this fucking here, it must really look weird. Like it really must look fucking weird. Like a cable just had some fucking, you know, like a snake eating, you know, trauma is returning. Yeah. Like it must look like, you know, like when a snake eats a fucking rat or something like that, it's just all puffed up at some place on its body. That is what this reminds me of. Yeah, but when I watch TV, I'm not sitting there and taking notes. You know, like I'm not checking Instagram. I could probably check Instagram, but I don't know, man. I just don't see a need for it. My apartment is not big enough for me to want this. And so this was also my thought pattern, is that I would get like a Google TV or Chromecast TV or Apple TV, but then I have to switch input devices when I can just use my fucking computer that's connected to my screen anyway. You know, like why use another device to see Netflix when I can see Netflix on my computer that's already connected to the monitor? It's like, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. But like, your Apple TV talks to your Mac Mini. Dude. Come on. Like, ecosystem, integration. Be the right cult leader here. Be on the right side of history, as DistroTube was saying. You know, look, it's 60 gigabytes of storage. Only Wi-Fi, unless you're paying like $150. Like, and then when you get your iPhone, you can be all like, "Hey, look at me, I'm in the future. All you fucking basic bitches running Android can't do all of this fancy shit. Yay, yay, yay." Yeah, I'm quoting the DistroTube. Oh, 2001 model got Ethernet. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the newest one here. Like, look. It's way more pretty than the fucking Google Cast, Chromecast thingy. And you get mad ninja skills by using it, apparently. Like, come on. This is probably the best thing that you can get your tight ass tied more up for Becky. This actually looks really fucking exhausting, even for me, because I'm so fucking fat. Look at this guy over there. He's almost doing nothing. He's barely moving. He's just like, yeah, let's just switch a little bit. At least this girl here is like, and this over here, at least they're a little bit more agile. Like, he looks like he's never moved in his whole fucking life. But I think this is the stats from your iWatch. Is it called an iWatch? Apple Watch. Dude, come on, man. Apple TV, Apple Fitness Plus, your fucking Apple Watch. Becky will love your tight ass when you come down in the basement in a week or so. She'll be like, oh my god, Lama, you were fucking so juicy ass cheeks. I could just put my mouth between your butt cheeks and just like, oh, Lama. And then she's fisting you without lube for the next 10 days. But that, forget about that. You know, you were making her hot like a fucking hot potato, man. She will love that shit. How tight you will be getting, how muscular you will be getting, you know. And then when you come up to, you know, your meetings at Le Mans Cosmetics, you know, besides all the bruises from Becky spanking you, they will be like, oh my god, man, you look so buffed, man. Come on. Like, Apple TV will give you more success in life. Guaranteed. It says so all over the place here. And all of the women and women will fall for you and want you and touch you, and that looks a little bit creepy, by the way. Yeah, go nuts, man. I kind of want one now, to be honest. I kind of wish I had a fucking television I could put this on to. I actually really want to see this one for all mankind. So how is Apple TV handling Netflix and whatnot? Is Viaplay, HBO? So can we see what services we can get with Apple TV? Oh, that's TV Plus. That's not what I want. Apple TV app. Is that the one we need to look at? The Snoopy Snow Show. TV Plus, that's not the one. Take control of your channels. No. HBO Max is the one I want. We have Disney Plus, Hulu Prime, Pluto, Peacock. Peacock always makes me think about a cock. Cable TV. Now every screen is a TV screen. Yep. Can we get Viaplay on it? That's what I want to know. Oh. Oh, you can. Yep. Aha! Yes, you can. You're right, Don. So can we get Viaplay on Google? Chromecast. Yes, we can. but we need like the 3rd gen. It's a Scandinavian streaming service. It's kind of I think Don said it. Think about Hulu. It's like it's one of the biggest Scandinavian streaming services that we have. It has a lot of Scandinavian TV on, so Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish programs, and yeah, a very limited version in America. Okay, and they have a lot of series that we can't get on Netflix and other streaming services over here. So in Scandinavia, Viaplay is probably number 2 after Netflix of streaming services. So it's quite big over here, and we can see live sports events and stuff like that. It's actually a really good service. I do like it. They don't have as much as Netflix, but they have better quality selection. So what Netflix gives you is a shit ton of options, where most of it, at least in my case, you don't want to see, and you don't, and also they don't have many new series and movies, where Viaplay does. Plus, on Viaplay you can buy and rent movies. So if a new movie comes out, you can either buy it or rent it for okay money. The renting service is actually okay. It's not that, like, I rented Alien for like, or Aliens 2 for like, I think I did it like $20 or something like that. Yeah, Netflix problem is quantity over quality. Yeah. But now Arnold Schwarzenegger is connected to Netflix, so I may add it. So I'm looking to add another streaming service. I kind of want 2 streaming services, so I have a little bit of more choice. And I'm actually thinking about going with the Max, HBO Max. Paramount Plus in Scandinavia is bullshit. The next good one would be Disney Plus, but I just can't get myself to put money into Disney's pockets with their whole woke fucking culture shit that they're doing. But they have a lot of great fucking television series on Disney Plus in Scandinavia that we can't get anywhere else. And then of course Netflix is also on the block, but I think HBO is going. Also, HBO is cheaper than any of the other. Maybe Amazon Prime. I subbed to Amazon Prime for like 3 months a year to watch everything else. Best streaming service is a VPN. Well, you don't stream from a VPN. You don't use VPNs as a streaming service. Like, I used to do VPN with Netflix and then watch American Netflix. American Netflix versus Scandinavian Netflix is like fucking massive different. The same with Australian Netflix. Fuck, they have so much to choose from. Yeah, Sky Showtime, yeah. It's Sky, Peacock, and Paramount. Sky, Paramount, and Peacock that merged together. But yeah, the only reason why I watched that was to watch Halo, the Halo series, and one other series. They do have quite a few Star Trek, but Star Trek is also on Netflix. But there are so many streaming services nowadays, man. You need to fucking pay an arm and a leg to have all of the options. But yeah, if you get Netflix and a VPN and then use American Netflix, like American Netflix compared to Danish Netflix, is like 3 or 4 times the fucking selection. But Viaplay is actually really, really good. And I almost never have issues with Viaplay. Almost. I have like a few times over the many years I've had it where it has bogged down on me. And it's really good for, like, good towards your streaming. I found that having 5 streaming services cheaper than what full TV pack used to cost. Really? So if you just want basic TV here in Denmark, you can get about 3 streaming services per month. And if I should choose 3 streaming services, it would probably be Viaplay, HBO, and Netflix. And then I would use Just Watch to keep track of the things that I'm watching. So you probably know Just Watch, but so I would be going in, and then I would be yeah, that's okay. So Viaplay, HBO, and Netflix. $14,000 titles. And then I will use this here to keep track of. Right now I'm watching South Park. Quantum Mania. This one should also be really good. Superman and Lois. Yeah, but then I will just use this to keep track of what I'm watching and stuff like that. So is this American? What do they have in Viaplay? It's about the same as in Denmark. Oh no, it is taking the Danish side. Ah, cool. Yeah. Pluto. Yeah, I watched some Work Alcoholics and stuff like that on it. Yeah, they have a lot of great old TVs. They Walk or the Texas Rangers and stuff like that. You use Google TV app to keep track of my show. Yeah, but that's because you're using Google TV. I don't have that. PlayStation, Xbox. Oh, that's TV Plus, sorry. Lama, you need a fucking Apple TV. Sell that useless Google TV and get your fucking tight ass into some Fitness Plus. Yeah, but on Just Watch, I can find a show. I can click on the show, and then it would automatically take me to the streaming service. Do Google TV the same? So, if I want to see, if I go into like one of those television series that are, or the things I want to see on Just Watch, it automatically, like if I have selected the streaming services, it's only showing me the movies and television shows that those streaming services have, and then I just click on one of them and I click play, and it will automatically open said streaming service for me and watch it and start playing it. And does it do that here in the desktop or only on your phone? So like I said, on Just Watch, this is a web page. So, maybe not that one. Dark Minded. And then I choose where I want to see it. So, let's say HBO Max. And it's taking me to HBO Max. Oh, not on your computer, well then it's useless for me. If it's only working with the Chromecast, then it's just useless for me. Useless, I tell you. It's actually really great. Like you can have a watch list in here, what's popular. Right now I have Viaplay, Boink. I don't have anything else. Well, I have Seymour, but the rookie is not on Seymour in Denmark. Why does it keep telling me that it is? Huh? Ah, that's the Swedish one. Oh. I really want to see this one because it should be really, really good. Yeah, the Danish one don't have the rookie. I don't think so. Let me have a check ski. Nope, it's only the Swedish one. Holy shit, they have a lot to choose from on the Swedish one. Damn. Holy crap. Because I get Seymour with my mobile phone plan. Can I just log in? Oh no. Okay, you can't. Oh, well then I can't use it. But TV2 Play. Well, I have Seymour in Denmark though. But it's mostly just old television series. The last John Wick, the first one. And then the Britbox. Britbox, Seymour Original. That's kinda it. And then a lot of Danish fucking bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even the same as the Swedish one. We also have TV2 Play in Denmark, but that's the Danish one. It's like... Ugh. Oh, we can get Sky Showtime with the TV2 Play here. And they also have BritBox and Seymour. That's right, they're collecting it all together, yeah. Yeah, I see here that now with more things included, Seymour. You get BritBox, film from Seymour, series from Seymour. Oh, they have NFL? Ooh. Maybe I should get this one also. Yeah, NFL is quite popular in Denmark. Yeah, you're right, Don. Who needs 30 apps? Yeah. I may look into this. Is it on? I'm sorry, you guys can't see what's going on here. Oh, they have Dexter also. Star Trek: The Next Generation. It's probably because they have that Showtime thingy connected to it also. Yeah, it's because of the Sky thingy. So Universal, DreamWorks, Sky, Peacock, Nickelodeon, Showtime, Paramount Plus, and Paramount is part of Sky Showtime. I don't know. I haven't watched them in like almost 10 years now. Any American football, but I used to be a big Denver Broncos fan. And Houston Texans and New York Giants. And then I kind of also like the 49ers and Raiders. Well, Raiders more than the 49ers. So it'll probably be Broncos, Giants, Houston Texans, and Raiders. Will probably be that area, but I used to be really into the Denver Broncos. I don't know why. I don't know. Like, it's hard to be into one specific team because you're not, you don't have the same affiliation. It's like asking you what local Danish football team that you are into. Like, are you like a Copenhagen fan or Brøndby fan, or like what are you into? You may have seen some of them play if you've seen some Danish television or something like that. But we don't have we don't have the same like, oh, it's our state or our city area or anything like that. For us, it's just really entertaining sport. I do know that some people get really into it with like, we have some politicians that are Seahawks fans. I just want a good match. I just like any team that gives me a really good match. So if a team is like bottom of the fucking barrel and losing most of their matches, I just don't like watching it. No. But if they have some good players on them, I might watch it. But if it's like two teams that are equally matched and stuff like that, I love watching that. Like the Steelers, I do like watching them also. But it's hard to say, man. Hard to say. I could go either way with almost any of them, to be. The LA Rams, I think they are called now. I love them when what the fuck was his name? That quarterback that used to be a fucking bag boy at Walmart or something like that. Kurt Warner, when he played, I love watching them. Yeah. And the Saints, you know, when Drew Brees was quarterback there, I loved them there, and I love watching, you know, Tom Brady for the Patriots. What else? Eli Manning for the Colts, of course, when he played, was fucking amazing. Like, that was kind of the area I was watching a lot of American football. You know, Drew Brees, Manning and stuff like that. New England is your team. They have done a lot of fucking crazy shit, apparently. Like, they have not been playing nicely, I hear. You live in Massachusetts. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. I heard that they have bent some rules a little bit. But yeah, I think for most people over here, it's players that we go for more than teams. Because, like I said, we don't have that affiliation of living near, you know, one of them or something like that. Yeah, go mow yourself. Go mow go manscape your body. Go manscape those balls. Oh, Joe Collins is uploading again. Man, I used to watch him back in the day. I thought he stopped the videos. So why is Linux so secure? Again, there is no evidence that Linux is more secure than any other operating system. It all comes down to opinions. Or it's more opinion-based than fact-based, according to this almost 30 or 20 fucking white papers and studies I've read about open source and Linux security the last year or so. So, you are spewing lies. You are lying to us. That's a lie. You are lying. Lies. Yeah, of course, it's as secure as you make it. That, yeah, you're right. I thought he stopped uploading, but or started to go over to something like, you know, music shit, radio shit, but apparently not. Probably because it didn't give him any views. Just really gets me winded up when people say Linux is more secure, like it's a fact. Then show me the data. This here. File permissions and groups. You can do the same shit under Windows. File permissions and group. User groups. That's why there's an admin group, system group, everyone group, blah blah blah. You can individually give access to files and folders with the same way as you can on Linux and Windows. Like it's mind-boggling how unknowledgeable people are about Windows and Linux, and they really want to fucking shit on Windows without knowing what they're talking about. It's just like, yeah, I do like this guy though. I do like his content. Been around for a long fucking while. But yeah, it's bullshit. Like if it's your opinion, please be with it. You can have all the opinions that you want, but don't state it as a fact. Don't state it as a fact. Oh yeah, you know who is using not Steam Deck anymore? Linus Tech Tips, or at least Linus from Linus Tech Tip. He moved over to this little one. He's using the ROG right now. I think the ROG is not going to take any customers away from the Steam Deck people. May be in for a surprise. Like, I'm not going to go out and say it's going to dethrone the Steam Deck right away, but what is this? RAM uses on Win. Is this the one that I was watching? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. So that's not understanding how RAM uses and precaching and oh god. Please, for the love of God, research what you're talking about. Windows use RAM in a different way versus Linux. It's like comparing a Lambo with a fucking Ford Escalade or something like that, or Cadillac Escalade, whatever it's called. Or say, like comparing a car with a tractor and saying that they're both car because they're four wheels. Windows precaches and using, I think they're using AI to, you know, preload most used programs so they open faster into RAM, and using unused RAM for background services and stuff like that to make the computer more run faster, smoother, and blah 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 blah. Linux don't do it to the same degree or do it with the same aggressiveness, and do I need to say more? I downloaded the file in Linux and the virus spread to my network PCs. I'm not saying Linux is more secure. Well, again, that's like... Could it be that the virus was not compatible with Linux? You know? That's why it didn't work on Linux. Well, yeah, that was because you downloaded on Linux, so you became the bad employee. Like I said, just because Linux can't get a virus, but Windows can get the virus, you don't have to be the patient zero. That's how you lose jobs. You know. Well, it's not my problem that they are not running Linux. It kinda is. If you're sharing shit with other people, it's your problem if you're, you know. This Bamboo Logic here. It's probably one of those Indian. Yeah, India. Fucking hell. Like, as many scam phone callers from India there is as many batshit crazy, badass fucking content creators. How does he has 1 million views? Oh, it's because of this video here. Oh, what is the comment saying? Yeah, you are going to use 64 gig of RAM because Windows is offloading this shit when you need to use it. Just like Linux does. Unused RAM is wasted RAM. Arts Wiki. Change to users crying right now. Yep. There's not such thing as wasted and non-wasted memory. So, why do people buy, like, why do I have 32 gigs of RAM? Do I use 32 gigs of RAM all the time? No. What am I sitting at right now running a VM? Let's go into the system one. Where are you hiding, my little system? So I have 8 gig allocated to this one here. It's cast 4 and using 3. So right now doing this, my computer is using like, but it's only have 36% of it. This is 36 cached. You know, I'm not using any of the swap file. So I'm using close to 90% of my RAM right now. Because if you put cast with it, that's what Windows does. It puts the cast into the graph. You know, it's in the graph also. It's not here on Linux. It's not in the graph. But if you combine these two, I'm using more than a... But this is my VM. How much RAM is Linux is my Windows VM using? So out of 32 gigs of RAM, I'm using 22, let's round it. No, well, 21 is the closest one. 21.3 gigs of RAM. 21.3 gigs of RAM of 32. This is why I have 32 gigs of RAM. Do I do this all the time? No. Why do I also need 32 gigs of RAM? It's massively helping you video editing. Like, it's one of the biggest performance jump. What software I use, or what are you asking? VMware Pro. So we have committed 35 gigs and 10 gigabyte cast. And we have standby 10 gig. So unused RAM, Windows used for standby cache or standby memory that contains data and code that is not actively used in use. I found a really good video that explained that on Windows. It's a little bit old, but it's really good. I can't fucking remember. It was from Microsoft themselves that did explaining why and how Linux Windows use RAM. Yeah, but people don't buy, you know, people don't buy 32 gig or 64 gig or 128 or whatever the fuck it is gig of RAM for it to be used all the time. They buy that amount of RAM because they have workloads that require that amount of RAM at some point in time. You know, you don't buy a CPU that can run 5 point whatever gigahertz, and then run it like that all the time, your fucking, electricity bill will go off the roof. The same with your graphic card. You don't expect your graphic card to be running 100% all the time. Like saying unused RAM is wasted RAM is well, unused CPU cycles is wasted CPU cycles. Unused hard disk space is wasted hard disk space. Unused GPU power is unused GPU power. So they want the computer to run 100% all the time. Yeah, you pay that fucking bill, my friend. Like, come on. Like, fucking have Linux users, like, are they like, I have a feeling. It's just a theory, people, but I have a feeling that when you install Linux and you get to use it, your IQ just drop like a fucking ball to the ground. It's like, what? What is HTOP saying? Do we even have HTOP installed? No, I don't. There you go. Linux is the virus. Well. So it's not showing cast memory apparently. Nope. Yep. In the comment sections and what have you not. So here's the thing, Alexandra. I'm making a little series with the 1 core, 1 gig of RAM testing thing that I'm doing, and it's just for fun, it's not scientific or anything. But I'm testing different operating systems. I did Windows and Ubuntu Cinnamon. They ran, not great, but they ran. I installed Q4 OS with the Trinity desktop, and the desktop itself ran way smoother than any of Cinnamon and Windows does. But opening up or having HTOP running, 5 or 6 browser tabs open, and then open up the LibreOffice app, crashed the system. Like, it was unusable. I could not use it anymore. Linux. Then I have another video where I run Windows 11, people. I'm giving you guys and girls a sneak peek into coming videos. Next week, there will be a video about me running Windows 11 on a 1 core, 1 gig of RAM. Never crashed. No, so here's the thing. I didn't open LibreOffice. Like, I didn't open Word or... Hey, Marcus. I didn't open, like, Excel or Word or Manus or anything like that. I opened just up, they have, like a landing program where you can select what you want to do. Like, do you want to open up a new... I can't fucking... maybe I can show it. Like, where the fuck is it? Yeah, the main interface. I don't know. Like, it's like, where you select what you want to do when you're opening up the app. Is it called main interface? Yeah, no, not even. Yeah, here. I think this is it. Yeah, this one here. I opened this one up and it crashed. It made the system almost unusable and then crashed. And while I have like 5 tabs open on Q4 OS, Trinity, and HTOP and install some plug, it just became more and more and more unresponsible or irritating. So Windows handle max RAM use better than Linux does. And that is because it has a better RAM management process. And also, the Windows UI is running in DirectX, where on the Linux, a lot of it is still being run, well, not accelerated. So it also takes up RAM and use cases like that in swap and real RAM, and need more of that to run, basically. And Windows is also really good. I keep hitting my fucking wire on my phone, on my microphone. And Windows is also really good at pushing stuff out of RAM that it don't need when the time comes, where Linux again is not that good at it. But the desktop, like the Trinity desktop itself, ran amazingly smooth. So if you're just booting into the desktop to, let's say, do a config file edit or SSH into something or something that nature, yeah, that would be, like, if you have 1 core, 1 gig of RAM system, you'll be running Trinity. But let's be honest here, people nowadays, they kind of want a browser open, And the second I opened a browser, the CPU went up to 100% and they were struggling. But when I made the first video about Windows versus Cinnamon or Ubuntu, just use this desktop and use this distribution. Like, dude, come on. It's not about the distribution or the OS. It's the hardware that's the issue. It's the hardware. It's just like, do you want 5 tabs open or do you want 7 tabs open before your system crashes or is unusable? That's what we're talking about here. The second you start, and I try to explain that to so many people in the comment section, the second you start to do real life shit or things that normal people would be doing using their operating system, Linux, Windows, Haiku, whatever fucking operating system you put on it would not matter, because Firefox, Office Suite, a text editor, they are starting to eat up the resources so fucking fast. And at one point, you're going to limit the hardware capability. The OS cannot band-aid the limitations of the hardware anymore. All this is showing us is what operating system is best at band-aiding hardware limitations. And so far, that looks a lot like Windows is the winner here. From the 4th test that I'm doing, I will do a little bit more Linux distribution. I think the next one will be a minimum Arch install with like maybe Mate or LXD, just to shut those people up with LXD, and then open browsers and tabs and stuff like that again, to show that when you're starting to do something that's beside the OS and the desktop environment, aka these things here, it don't fucking matter. Like on the Trinity desktop, just watching a YouTube video was painful. Like painful. And like, who will use a computer where they barely can watch a YouTube video? Granted, when I started a YouTube video, I had YouTube open and a few other tabs, Like nobody's going to use a 1 core 1 gig system. Like nobody's going to run that as their daily drive. No one. Let's be honest here, nobody's going to do that. But the Linux people still, Linux will do it better. Come on, man. This guy here makes some good van life videos also, if you're into that shit. I used to have like a month where I was really into van life. And then I was like, well, they just fucking sit and being lazy in a car and poop in the forest. Fuck that shit. And then they pretend like it's some form of life hack. Why they are lonely in the middle of nowhere and have no fucking family with them, or any girlfriend for the most part, or boyfriend. They're just there all alone, looking out the window like they're some fucking genius. It's just like, come on. But if you're living in the terminal, yeah, you could probably live in a 1 gig, 1 core system. I don't like this guy here and this guy here. I don't get why people are watching them. Well, I kind of do, but then again, well, what is he doing? Oh, that's the live streamer. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, if you live in a terminal, you can probably live in a van. Yeah. I'm just fed up with this. Someone asked me why I was so angry at Linux, towards Linux. I'm not angry at Linux. I am angry at the community. I just had to read this, for a bit. Yeah, I despise the community. Like, I really do. I don't like Linux YouTubers for the most part, and I definitely don't like the hardcore community. Because they are massively pushing people away from Linux. While they want more people to use Linux and become the biggest thing in the world. Which is highly fucking weird to me. Being toxic and looking down on... Like I said, it's like those Linux users, it's like talking to our extremist religious group. No. They are treating Linux like a religion, and it's so off-putting for me, so it's not even funny. Because they are telling people what to do. I love this, oh, we are about freedom and choice and options. And like, you do know that freedom, choice, and options mean that I'm allowed to not agree with you, and I'm allowed to not want to use what you are using. That's my choice, that's my freedom. But they only care about choice and freedom if it's within, you know, what they deem to be acceptable. You know who does that? Dictators. Dictators. Hey, we are not this country is not run by a dictator. We have annual fucking elections. But he's choosing who the fuck you can vote on. You know? Or he's the only one being... in the voting pool. That's how Linux users are. Oh, you're free to do whatever you want and blah blah. As long as you don't use proprietary software or Windows bad and blah blah blah, and you're a bad person and all. Then what the fuck are you on about then? Then you're just another dictator. And you may not be a dictator in the sense that you're punishing people, but you, like, what do religion do? You know, they have a good and a bad thing. And they control their peoples or their flock by, okay, if you do this thing, you are one of us. If you do these things, you are not one of us, and you will be ostracized, you're not welcome anymore, and we will look down on you, we will judge you, and blah, 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 blah. Exactly how Linux people, or the extreme Linux people, look at Linux. You are one of us if you do these things. You are not one of us, and you're being ostracized and put on coal ice and blah 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 if you're doing these things. Like, it's only religious people that do that, religious sect people and stuff like that, and cult leaders and dictators. You don't see a Windows person, a Windows fanboy, even us, Linux suck. They don't go out and tell other people not to use Linux, as far as I understand it. Or I have barely seen it at all. Or looking down on people using Linux. They may make fun of you for using Linux and be like, you must be like a communist or something like that. But that's like the extent of it. They still talk to you and stuff like that for the most part. You don't see Mac people going out and being aggressive and obnoxious and looking down on Windows and Linux users. You only see that with Linux. You know, and it's mind-boggling that they can't see that. Yeah, Mac people can be arrogant. Yeah. But there's a difference between being arrogant and, you know, judging and looking down on people and you know, basically putting them outside of the group, in quotes, you know. Sometimes I think even Richard Stallman doesn't understand it, so no, he don't. No, he don't. Because here's the thing. He don't subscribe to the dictionary version of freedom. He's subscribing to his version of freedom and software freedom. And anyone that disagree with him, he gets madly angry at. Like, go watch some interviews with him where people are asking him tough questions. And he's about to leave. If you're asking him questions that he don't like, that is challenging his beliefs, he's like, I don't like this question form, blah, 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 and I better just leave because this is not a conductive conversation. Either you suck his fucking ass cock, his veiny fucking cock, or he will not listen to you. Yeah, he gets really nasty, yeah. Like, that's not a fucking leader, man. That's not someone that comes up with good ideas. That's a batshit crazy lunatic. Like, let's be honest here. And the whole premise, yeah, he eats his own skin. Yeah, the whole premise of open source. So he made it because he didn't want to call a guy or a girl about a problem with some software running on a mainframe, then take out the spool of tape or whatever the fuck it was, send it with the post office, get it into the company. This is the biggest fucking scammer on YouTube, by the way. Don't listen to anything he's about to go to jail, by the way. But anyway, I think he's about to go to jail. He's I think he's been taken down from YouTube. Anyway, you know, and then you have to wait for them to fix the program, and then you have to send it back with the post office to the other side of the United States, and then back into the server room, and then they have to test it. That's why Richard Stallman wanted to see the source code. Today, hey Bob, yep, my mainframe is acting up. What's happening? This is the error code. Well, give us 2 minutes and they're sending a bug over the fucking internet and it's fixed. So, the whole premise why he originally wanted the source code to be open, which made sense back then, was that so they could fix it easy, convenient, and fast. Nowadays, you just call up someone, this is acting up, and they will fix it and send it to you way faster than you could do it yourself, for the most part. So now he morphed it into become a, you know, oh, it's a society thing, and oh yeah, he's done more harm to open source than anyone. Yep. Yeah, DTAware, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Like, DTAware is probably, like I said, we need to get DTAware to 100,000 subscribers this year. Even though I think he's angry at me or something like that. I haven't seen him around in a long time. But yeah, we need to, you know... Open source is a good idea. Like I said, like some hours ago, that if, let's say, MIT or the Harvard University or any learning institute makes software, it all has to be not GPL, but maybe the MIT licensed. Because even the GPL is a license. They need to have a non-license, so you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Because then institutes like that should be a place of learning and not making, you know, software and code to make a shit ton of money. So other people can learn from what they are doing. That's like, that will make a lot of sense for open code, maybe not open source, but open code, a public domain code, MIT code, where people can take that code and do whatever the fuck they want with it, because that's a university or, you know, an institute about learning, spreading knowledge. You know, that's where I would say that should be an open code license, and it should be the most unrestricted open code license that you can ever get, and that's probably the MIT license. And that's, MIT used the MIT license. That's basically a non-license. The only thing about it is that we are not responsible if things get tits up when you're using our software. That's the only thing it says. And I think every learning and every educational institute that have anything or do anything with software that publicizes should be under the MIT license. That makes sense there. All of the rest of the world, it's personal preference. Whatever you make the software, I hate this. Like when Canonical did the launchpad, and it was proprietary, the community was like, it has to be open source, and bitching and moaning and blah 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 blah. The GPL2 is not fine because the GPL2 puts restriction on the code. So it's not a fine license. It puts restrictions on the code. MIT don't. But anyway, they yelled and screamed at Canonical, and then Canonical spent a shit ton of money open sourcing Launchpad. And what did the community do? Walked away. Walked away. And now they're bitching and moaning about the Snap Store not being open source. Well, if someone is angry at me because I don't do a thing, because they want to do something with my thing, and I then spend a lot of money and time doing it, and they are not doing the thing that they said that they want to do, I'm not going to do it again. Like, Canonical already burned their fucking hands on the stove by listening to the Linux community and buckling under their commands. Why the fuck are they going to do it again? Because they know nobody's going to do anything with it. It's like they just love to bitch and moan, Like I said, they are not angry at Canonical or the software. Well, they're not really angry at the software. They are angry at what the software stands for, proprietary software. And that is that it's one of the most used, form of development out there. Probably not anymore, though, to be honest. Open source is probably more popular, or at least as popular as closed source nowadays. But it didn't used to be like that. Oh, the AUR. Fuck. The AUR have had telemetry in it. It had malware in it. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think they also had viruses at some point in the AUR. But definitely malware and telemetry was put into our AUR packets. Luckily enough, they caught it, but I have an itchy nose. But who say that it's not like, if it's like a lesser known program that only a few people are using, where nobody really looking at the code, that can have a lot of fucking vulnerability laying around. What about people using OpenBox that haven't been fucking looked at in years? Close to a decade now, I think. But it's like 5 or 6 years, 7 years since anybody have done anything with OpenBox. Yeah, the virus is open source, yeah. You know what? I will not be surprised if that became an open source virus that the Linux community would fucking defend it. Like, I could definitely see that. Because again, for them, the movement is more important than what they actually are trying to... Like, the fight is more important than the destination for them. When you think about it. They want... So the destination is to get everything open source so everyone can contribute, but nobody wants to contribute. And they don't care about it when it becomes open source anymore. They don't give a fuck about it when it's open source. They just want to bitch and moan about it not being open source. So the fight is more important than the end goal, apparently, for a lot of open source peeps. Yeah, an open source virus builder, yeah. Open source can have viruses, though. DT's damage control. Oh. Oh, they are both in there. Ah, gotcha. He's just sleeping away like a bitch. There you go. Food. Yeah, we know who's the bottom bitch in that fucking relationship. Yeah, but yeah, like I can't take them seriously. I just can't. I can't take a person seriously that sit and bitch and moan about privacy and data collection while they are sitting and fiddling around with their Android device and on YouTube and shit like that. It's like, what about practicing what you're preaching? And then someone say, oh well, it's the biggest platform, so they need to be on the platform to spread the message. No, you can spread the message on like Twitter. You can spread the message on Instagram, Facebook. They are not as nearly as bad as Google is. You're choosing the worst fucking anti-consumer platform to use to do your thing. You know, why are they doing it? Because they can get a shit ton of money by telling it to gullible people that believe them. And it pisses me off because it puts Linux in a really bad light. And it's fucking sad. They are ruining the Linux I loved in the 90s and early 2000s. They are ruining it with meaningless political agendas and fights and stuff like that, instead of just being excited about the technology. They are not excited about using Linux, they're excited about giving Microsoft the middle finger. That should not be the case, man. Oh, I'm using Linux to say fuck you to blah blah, then don't use Linux. Don't use fucking, you know, social media, YouTube or Android, because you're just switching one devil with another devil. And this devil that you're choosing now is even worse than the devil that you were kicking out. So, like, yeah, I'm a little bit like, I just can't anymore, man. I can't stand the fucking craziness in the Linux community. Yeah, so here's the thing: most people don't do that. Or here's no, I will not say that. I would say, I think most people get into Linux because they like Linux, but then they get brainwashed by the FOSS people and people like them, like the DistroTubes, the Mental Outlaws, the Linux Cast people and stuff like that. So the love of Linux is being replaced with the hatred from towards big this, corporation that, proprietary this, that, then do blah boom bang ging. You get the idea here. Yeah, just to stick it to the man, yeah, but that's what they do. Yeah, but here's the thing. Linus Torvalds don't give them a purpose. The political sellers give them a purpose. Now you're part of something bigger. You're part of something to outthrone the #1 desktop operating system in the world. You're going against Goliath. You are fighting the big guy. And that, for a lot of people, is fucking exciting. Because they don't have anything else in their life that makes them exciting. Or give them that much excitement in their life. Which is sad when you think about it. But I honestly believe it's that now I'm belonging. I'm part of something. And like I said, for a lot of nerds that, let's be honest, most nerds are not really that well suited in social interactions. But now I belong. I can kind of see what they're coming from. Oh yeah, I know he did that, yeah. Like, I like Linus. I don't like... Linus needs to be less aggressive with what he's talking about and saying when he's talking with companies. Like, he's a little bit... He don't understand that sometimes you have to play nice to get the things that you want. Where he thinks that he can just do whatever the fuck he wants and then get whatever the fuck he wants. So, I think that's a little bit of a character flaw on his part. Yeah, he can be harsh, and I think he just lacks the insight of like being a. It's hard to say, but no, I think he is a people person. I just think that he said no, he also have social skills to some degree, but when it's something that he's passionate about and he thinks he has the right answer, he's a little bit less willing to listen to other people's ideas. You know, he's pig-headed. You know, he's stubborn, or what you will call it. Like I'm a little bit like that also, to be honest. I can also be really stubborn. But if people give me 100%, or not 100, but if people give me data I can look at that will corroborate their claim, I'm more willing to listen than if they're just saying something. You know. Well, I am autistic. I don't think Linus is autistic. So I'm like, instead of just saying shit to me, show me the data. Because I know from the experience I have with the Linux people and Linux in general is that 99% of what Linux people are telling and saying is based on opinions. There's no real data behind it. And that's why I get really frustrated and angry at people when they're just coming at me with words. I don't need words, I need data. Because I don't know if I can trust you. Again, past experience with the Linux community. But if I get a link, or I get like, according to this site, you know, they have said, they have done this study that say this and this, then I can look that up. You know. That I do. That I respect, and I've like, you have showed me something with the, I think it was you with the switching off the Accord within Linux or something like that. That I totally forgot. Actually, when I saw it, I actually remember that someone told it to me like years ago, or I actually did it years ago, but I totally forgot it. Well, that's giving me proof. You know, run this command, and then I can research. Oh yeah, well that's right. You know. But, oh, it's more secure. Where's the data? Where's the data? And with those people, I get, until they prove me wrong, I think I'm right. Because they've given me no inclination or any proof that I may be wrong, other than just saying, no, well, trust me, pro. No, I don't know you. And I think a lot of people on the internet fabricate credentials just to be taken seriously. Oh, pro, I've been working in IT. Okay, how long have you worked in IT? What are you doing? And then they don't respond back or something like that. And if you don't work in IT, I don't care. You don't need to work in IT to know what you're talking about if you give the data. It's that fucking simple. But you and 2 or 3 other people in my 4 or 5 years doing this are the only one that have given me data about something that we were talking about. All of the rest was just, this YouTuber said this, or I read this on a blog post or in an article, and I'm like, yeah, but where did they get the data from? Oh, they just said it. There were no, you know, citations or credentials. Okay. You know, how can anybody use that for anything? So again, when I talk to people, unless they give me data, I go out for the premise that I'm right because I do some research. Or if they're saying something, I will go and look it up. Even though they're not providing me with the data, I look it up anyway if I'm bored enough to do it. Anyone can make any... You know how to make an OS secure? Just unplug it from the internet. It's that fucking simple. Unplug it from the internet and you are 1000% more secure than 99% of people on the internet. You know, it's... But again, think about it. Telling people that don't understand a lot about IT or computers that, yo, dude, this system is just automatically more secure than the old system. And the person sound like they know what they're talking about. Again, belonging, doing something different. Oh my god, I found this amazing thing that a lot of people don't know about, and it's making me more secure. Like, that's a good feeling to have. You know, you found the Holy Grail to some degree, or it's more stable. It's like, I'm using something a lot of people don't know about, or are not using. I'm using a better thing than they are. My thing, like, it's like my car is better than your car. My dad is bigger and stronger and faster than your dad. It's kind of the same thing here. And then when you are bursting that bubble, they get like, you know, oh shit, I've been lying to myself. And yeah, well, we all do that to, like, we all have we all have done fucking shit in life where we are like, yeah, looking back at it, yeah, I was sniffing that copium all the way from the bottom to up my ass and out my ears and all over. Like, it could be a bad relationship, like, oh, she's not that bad, or he's not that bad. It's not that fucking, you know, the copium is fucking flowing out of all our crevices. And then when we look back at it, you know, a year later after a breakup, and we're like, yeah, fucking hell, man. You know, like, worst person ever to have lived or something like that. That's how, you know, that's why they don't want to look into that stuff, or they don't want to listen to it, because they have lied to themselves. And nobody wants to lie, you know, admit that they lied to themselves. You know, and it takes them to realize that, oh, they have to realize themselves that, oh shit, something is not right here. You know, you can't tell someone to break up from someone in a bad relationship. They have to figure it out for themselves. As bad and as sad as that is, they have to figure that out for themselves. Because until they don't understand that, no matter how much you are, you know, pushing them away from that relationship or kidnapping them or whatever the fuck you're doing, they would be running back. They need to figure out for themselves that something is not right here. And you can help them with that, and you can give them clues and stuff like that, but you cannot force it on them. Which is something that Linux people think you can do, by the way. And it's a fun dynamic. It's the only place, other than organized religion, and I don't have anything against religions. Like, if it helps someone to be religious, fuck it, be religious. But like, it's the same trait I see with those hardcore Linux users and cults and dictators. Those are the only and extremist religious group. That's what I meant to say. Extremist religious group. Those are the only one where I see people doing the same fucking shit that Linux people are doing. Or the hardcore Linux people do. Yeah, but it helps a lot of people. You know, like, if someone helps someone but not hurting other people, I have nothing against. And there's a lot of people that have faith but don't buy into all of the bad sides of religion, like judging and, you know, you can't do this, you're a heathen if you're not following our rules and stuff like that. But they have like personal faith, or what you will call it. You know, it's about them and only them. They don't give a fuck about what other people are doing and stuff like that. It's something they do for themselves. Those kind of people, I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Believe what like, if you want to believe in spaghetti monsters and flying dildos, I don't give a fuck. If that makes you feel better and makes you live your life better and being a better human, go for it. But don't judge or tell other people what to do and force them into something and stuff like that. That's when I start to have an issue. And most, like, at least the people I've seen that's religious, that's how most of them live. That for them, that's a personal thing. Damn, flying purple people eaters are the only way to go. Yeah. Like, again, like, the people I've interacted with in my life, both Christian, Muslims, and any religious form you can dream of, that I've probably interacted with most of them. And most of them that I've talked to, it's been a personal thing. They have never judged me or anyone else, or, oh, you are this and that for not doing this and that. And no, they may shake their head or, Bill, I can't partake in this activity because it goes against my religion, and then they go home. That's like the most extreme I have noticed in my life here in Denmark, is that someone said like, yeah, that goes against my religion, I sadly can't be part of this, but see you tomorrow or something like that. And those people I have no issue with. No fucking issue with. Because they're doing it for themselves to become better people. And hey, some of them are better people than I am, you know. It makes you wonder, you know, like some of them are better, more kind, you know, more stable, more put together, you know, but is it because of religion or just a better upbringing? I don't know, but hey, if it helps them, you know. Yeah, but sometimes talking to an imaginary friend is what you need, you know, because that imaginary friend is never going to judge you. You know, it's never going to tell you that you're a bad person. And for some people that are living in certain scenarios, or maybe have had a really tough life and stuff like that, that may be really comfortable for them. That instead of, it is an imaginary friend, but instead of acknowledging it as an imaginary friend, it's just someone up in the sky that makes it a little bit more digestible for them, maybe. You know, like I used to work with a girl or a woman, and she's been a hooker, abused, and any form of horrific fucking abuse you can think of, she has got through. And her kids, one of her kids, have gone through abuse from an ex-boyfriend also and stuff like that. And she has been an alcoholic and on drugs and stuff like that. The only thing that saved her fucking ass was becoming religious. She became religious, that saved her ass. Never drank after that, never taken drugs after that. Took care and make sure that her children, or she has more than one child, but that child didn't came into any, you know, situations like that. And such a good human being. Such a good human being. You know, took care, I haven't talked to her in many years, but, you know, take care of her family and all of that shit. But she just needed religion. You know, she needed something to believe in, that all of this is not, you know, just random fucking shit, because that would be unbearable for her. And it helped her so fucking much. So happy, so full of life and helpful, and such a good person. And you know what? I can definitely see someone in her situation would need something like that. If that makes her get over all of that fucking shit, you know. How am I to sit there? You do know that you're just talking to an imaginary friend. You do know that you're full of shit, you know, like, you do know there's no concrete evidence that something like that exists. Like, how am I, or why should I take all of that away from her? That would be fucking, I'm just becoming just as fucking bad a human being as those people that have abused her and her kid. Because you're taking, or I will then be taking, you know, her support network away from her. Her faith that guide her through life and stuff like that. And those kind of people, I love those people. I think they're fucking amazing. Because they found something that helped them. They came over something so fucking amazingly bad in their life that will break most people. But they found some way to cope. And for some people, that's religion. For some people, that's helping other people. You know, it's starting working out. It's doing, you know, getting an education, getting a family. But just finding that fucking thing is, to me, really amazing. No, that's just normal, you know. That's in my eyes, that's people that are doing it the right way. And all of us, we're just pretenders, you know. And like I said, this person here, she knew how I felt about religion. Never had an argument with her. Never had any problems with her or anything like that, or her friends that were some of the other co-workers was also religious, never had problems with them because I didn't talk about it. And when they started to talk about religion, I would gladly sit and listen to them and, you know, why they think I should be part of God and all of that fucking shit. It's just not for me. Like, when I get stopped by the fucking crazy Mormons, you know, that goes around and try to recruit people, sometimes I stop up and talk to them for like half an hour. Because it's not, first of all, it's nice to talk to other people sometimes, and they are not forcing me to do anything, you know. And it's interesting to listen to their point of view. You know, why they're doing it, and why, you know, most of them speak only English because they're Americans. Like, how did you come here? How do you like Denmark? You know, or, you know, get to know them a little bit. And you learn from that fucking shit. You don't have to be Christian or religious to learn from other people's experience. Exactly, you can't understand them if you're not listening to. Exactly. And I also believe that you can learn something from most people. If you pray to get to a better place in heaven, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Again, depends on the situation. You know, depends on this. If it's an alcoholic or past alcoholic that has been, you know, drinking the family fortune away and lost the family that he or she had and stuff like that, that has so much guilt built up into them and stuff like that, that they feel that they cannot, there's no other way they can pay that back other than asking forgiveness for everyone and everything, including something they may believe in, some form of deity or God or whatever you will call it. You know, that can be the only thing that comforts them and not making them not do that fucking thing again. That they know that even if it's an imaginary person in the sky, but they still are telling themselves and bullshitting themselves to some degree a little bit and say like, yo, well, at least someone is forgiving me. And that's someone that, if you think about it, if someone needs forgiveness from God, is it not really themselves they need forgiveness for? When they're sitting there and praying for forgiveness to God, I honestly believe most of the time it's themselves they are asking for forgiveness. And they're giving themselves that forgiveness, but they're just saying that it was God that have done it. Because they needed that external factor, but in reality, I honestly believe that it's themselves that are telling themselves that, you know what, you did something fucked up in your life, but I forgive you. They probably have. What about if the persons that they've done wrong don't want to talk to them anymore? Then you can't ask for forgiveness. Like, there's so many scenarios where you can't just go and be like, yeah, well, I need to talk to, like, you would become a stalker or something like that, you know. You can reach out, but if the other party is not willing, well, what do you do? What if you need that forgiveness? You know, and then you're talking to that imaginary friend that in reality probably is yourself that you're talking to. And then, you know, according to the scriptures or whatever the fuck you're following, if you do X, Y, and Z, a person in the sky is forgiving you. And they are doing X, Y, and Z to prove that they actually want this. I want this. That's why we are doing X, Y, and Z, because I really, really want this. And by showing themselves and other people that they really, really want this, and they get that forgiveness, they to some degree, for saying to themselves, well, I forgive you because I've shown myself that I needed to do these things to be forgiven by whoever, whatever up in the sky. And I did it. You know, I did those things. So maybe I'm worth of forgiveness to some degree. You know, I do believe that a lot of people that ask someone for forgiveness, like, you know, marshmallows in the sky or something like that, it's actually themselves that they want to be, you know, that it's themselves that say, you know, I forgive you, I forgive myself. They just can't handle it, or they need some, out forces from the outside to push them in the right direction. And that could be, a religious whatever, or yeah. Yeah, it's a selfish act, and it's more easy to manage. It's like when you've done something bad as a kid and you went up to your parents and your mom or dad is like, yes, we are angry at you, but we still fucking love you. It's kind of the same thing, that, yeah, you did a bad thing, but you still loved, it's kind of the same thing to some degree. And those people, or some people, they don't have a mom or dad or family member that they can go and get that validation from. So they get that from a religious group or something like that. And then there are people where life is just too fucking overwhelming. It's too much for them to comprehend that they have no control over what the fuck is going on. So they need to put that control onto some, again, penis in the sky or vagina in the sky to help them cope with real life. Or else it's just too fucking much for them. It's too real to some degree. And yeah, that is like lying to yourself a little bit, but if that makes them better people, productive people, living a life that is really amazing and they like and blah blah blah, no fucking problem with it. Like, religion gives a lot of comfort to a lot of people. Extreme religions don't. No, that's the Linux users we are talking about. I fucking love this project here, by the way. But I've had so many, like, not many, but I've talked to I keep saying so many. I don't have a number on what so many is. I've talked to people that, massively Christian, massively fucking Muslim and stuff, like really into the faith. And they were nice people. Fucking nicest people you can ever meet. And I think it's because a lot of their stress, a lot of the things that we go and think about, where we kind of have made up our mind that all of this is random, there's nobody to forgive us, what we do is what we do and we have to live with it and all that. They don't have all that fucking extra stress built onto them. And I think that give people a form of peace to some degree. That you take a lot of stress away from them. That you can say, oh, whatever, it's in whatever, guy or girl in the sky's hands right now. It's like taking away responsibility. And I think that's why some of them seems to be so relaxed, is that, they're not going there and be like, fuck, I really fucked up today, like, or something bad is happening and they're like, oh, well, it's in God's hands, or it's God's will and stuff like that. It's taking so much stress away from someone if they can take that responsibility or that guilt and put it to someone else. And I can definitely see that being useful for a lot of people. So the Freemasons, they just wanted to have religion to be part of them. They don't really care what religion. That's like the olden days. If you talk to some Freemasons today, it's just like, it's basically a legacy rule that you have to be religious. But they don't do much into it, to be honest. At least not from what I've heard from people that are in the Freemasons nowadays. It's a little bit like a legacy rule. Just have to have faith. That's what they tend to say, is that you have to have faith. And what that faith is up to you. And you can have faith in, let's say, a human, a girl, or a guy, or a group of people, but that don't mean that you are religious. You just have faith in, let's say, I have faith in that they are going to do what I think, or what I would agree with is right to do in these situations, or something like that. I have faith in that this couple is going to take care of my kid while I'm not there. But that's having faith in them. That's having confidence in them. That's having a good relations into them. It's having, trust in them, basically. It's another word of trust. But yeah, it's an interesting thing, man. The Freemasons are doing a lot of they're doing a lot of things nowadays. They are all over the place. We're going real deep into this van life thing while I'm talking here. They're doing a lot of things. It's also becoming more inclusive. I think you just have to fucking take a test or something like that, and then basically swore leads into the Freemasons. Like, before, you kind of have to become, to some degree, initiated or seeked out by them, or have an invitation or something like that. Where nowadays it seems to be like, yeah, you just come to this fucking gathering and do some things, and then I have seen this one before, I think, and then, yay, you're now one of us. No, it's more like just like a not a study group, but like, like a group of friends almost. Like it seems like nowadays that have some past. It's hard to explain. I don't know. It just seems, it don't seem like it used to be. Like it was like a kind of secret society and stuff like that. I do like seeing them building these vans and stuff like that, because I like seeing what they're doing and what ideas they come up with and stuff like that. Also, I don't know how healthy it is to sniff those glue fumes in a car like that, but okay. Yeah, but I do like, because it's a little bit like a DIY project, converting a car or a van into a livable habitat. I do like seeing how they are solving problems and stuff like that. I love solving problems. That like, if someone has a problem they need to have solved, I love it. Fucking love it. Something is not working or needs to be fixed, or a problem needs to be solved, I love that shit. So I love seeing them, how they are converting the cars and stuff, what they're doing and why they're doing it and stuff like that. It's really interesting too. Yeah, maybe introverted. That's not what I have noticed by the people that I have seen both online and in real life that's been in the Freemasons. It's just like a club for blue collar people to some degree. And they do get, I don't think they get much political, to be honest. But there's a lot of people that are Freemasons that you don't think are funny enough. Get your hands on the wheel, you stupid boy. What is IO saying here? Point. I need to get up early tomorrow. I don't want to, man. So, my grandmother is coming to town from another part of the country because she needs to pick up the urn from my mom. My mom is in an urn right now at the Undertaker, because they want her to be buried in another part of Denmark, and they don't know where that fucking Undertaker is. So they're calling me tomorrow midday, and then I need to go someplace, and they need to pick me up. Then we need to get my fucking mom, and then she needs to like, dead people, man. Oh my god. The work that goes into dead people is fucking mental. And then because he's not associated with the town, in the place he needs to be buried, my grandmother have to pay a shit ton of money to get that done, and fucking hell. And I have to do everything because my stupid ass fucking self-righteous, narcissistic brother don't want to do anything himself. Like he don't want to do anything. He don't want to help with anything. I'm like, you know what? Then fuck you. So I'm stopped updating him on what's going on now because I don't want to deal with people like that. So if you're not a help, then you are an obstacle, and I don't want to deal with obstacles. So you're not getting any information. So I'm just waiting for him to call me up in like, 10, 15 days and be fucking angry over something that my grandmother told him that he didn't know, because, well, then be part of the fucking thing, man. Yeah, Undertakers, they yeah, it's a really big business, man. No, I have no fucking, like, it's weird. I think that's probably the best way I can describe it. That it's a weird feeling that I can't go, and get a sandwich at my mom's, or, that she randomly meet her out on the street. It's weird. Like, it's a person I have known for 40 years. So imagine your friend not being here after you've known them for 40 years. It's weird. Again, massive scammer. It's just weird. It's the thing that I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not sad or bummed down and stuff like that. It's just the fact that you can't go up there and just chill out. It's a little bit weird. But that's kind of it. That's kind of it. It's just a weird feeling that she's not calling to get her computer fixed anymore. It's weird. But I'm not bummed down. Like, it to be honest, she was a manipulative, narcissistic, self-righteous, up her own ass kind of person. She died a sad, lonely, not old, but lady, because she's pushed all her friends away. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with her because of the way she is, and it's the way she treated people. So yeah, it's probably a positive for the world that she's not here anymore, to be honest. She don't have to take up the space and all of the help she needed from the council and stuff like that. It's definitely it's freeing up time for people that deserve that help. She definitely didn't do that, deserve that help. But then again, she also is a human being, and I'm in the belief that human beings needed to be taken care of when they're not here anymore. So everyone all automatically just looked at me for handling everything, like they always fucking do. So I was like, you know what? That could be my final gift to her as a friend. Like, I always looked at my mom as a friend and not a mom. And I'm like, you know what? I'm taking care of this funeral shit and her sickness up to it. And that's my, now I don't owe you anything anymore kind of thing. Be a quid pro quo. She don't owe me anything. I don't owe her anything. That's how I look at it. I paid my whatever debt I should have to her, that she must have feeling that I had to. It's paid back now. And when my grandmother pick up that fucking urn, get it all to the other part of the country, I couldn't be fucking happier to not be dealing with this fucking shit anymore. I'm so stressed out because people are ringing left, right, and center, and you have to deal with fucking churches and, money enforcers, banks, and city people, and oh my, like, when she was sick, every time my mom got sick, I have to deal with everything around her life because she became a little fucking baby and didn't want to do anything on her own, and everyone was calling me, and family was calling me, and doctors was calling me, and fucking shit like that, because she couldn't do anything herself as a grown-ass fucking woman. And the same happened when she died. And I'm just like, had she not died this time, my plan was when she got home from the hospital this time, I'll be like, you know what, Mom? Take me off the emergency call list. I'm not your emergency contactor anymore. If you get sick again or have to deal with anything in your life anymore, I'm out of it. You have to deal with that shit yourself now. Because every time she had the minute little problem, my life had to stop. So I could cater to her needs. And if I didn't do that, she would get angry at me, the family would get angry at me, and blah, blah, blah. And my brother didn't want to do anything. And she still fucking, you know, looked at him like the fucking poster child of a fucking human being. Even though I was the one doing every fucking thing to make sure that, like, I did so much shit for her that she didn't even know about. You know, every time she was sick and stuff like that. That I'm surprised I'm not gray-haired. Let me put it that way. I'm surprised I'm not gray-haired all over my body with all the fucking shit that I have to do for her, while she's being sick over the years, and me having to deal with work and this stuff here and stuff like that. So yeah, I looked forward to her coming home. Her dying was actually better. Because now I know I don't have to deal with that fucking shit again. You know? And everyone else that she has used and abused over the years don't have to deal with her shit anymore. So yeah, it's just, I just want to get it over with. And I knew if I didn't do anything about it, I would not stop hearing from it. They were still calling me, they will still be doing all of these kind of things. And I just can't avoid it. I couldn't avoid it. And I'm the only one in the family that didn't want to have anything to do with her after her death. Didn't want any money, didn't want anything in her apartment, didn't want anything to do with it, but I was the one that has to do everything. Everyone was like, oh, can we get that? Can you find that? Blah, blah, blah. What about this? And what about that? And like, why don't you people then take care of the funeral? No. You handle that fucking shit. Like, fucking hell, man. So yeah. It's, I'm relieved if that's a fucking thing. You know. Oh yeah. She has been like that ever since I can remember. You know. Yeah, but she had friends, so this is how my mom got the typical narcissistic people. They get friends and they're really nice to them, and you know, do all kind of things for them. Then when they know that, oh my god, I have this person now, they are now basically under my control or spell. They start to use them, and it starts little. Can you do this for me? Or why are you not taking me out so much? Or why are you not calling so much? You know, attention seeking. Like, she's what you would call a COVID narcissist. And then it just built on top of that. And then when they figure out that it's like that, of course they are leaving. And then she will find some other friends. And then it would be like, oh, she's the best fucking person towards them, like the first however long it takes before they are friends. And then she slowly will start to use them. Oh, why did you take them out and not me out? And why are you over with them and not over with me? And oh my god, don't you know how sick I am? And you know, all of these manipulative things that you see people do, she will then do slowly over time, so the person would not recognize it coming, basically, until they were like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm becoming a slave to this fucking human, you know. And that's what manipulative, I can't say that word, manipulative people do a lot. And she does it, she did it with everyone. She did it with my grandmother, she did it with my uncles, nieces, my friends, her friends, me, my brother. Yeah. It's weird. Or was weird. And then when she needed help and shit like that, she got people to call me, you know, nurses, you know, they just called me because she gave them my number. And it's hard to say to a nurse and, you know, council people, government people, just fuck off, you know, like, it's like, because then they will start to guilt trip you, oh, but it's your mom and all of that fucking shit, you know. So she made life for people around her a living fucking hell. Like, I'm not like, there was good times, you know. She was not all bad, you know. Of course there was good times once in a while, but like I said abusive relationship. They butter you up, then they abuse or use you, either physically or mentally. And then when you get tired of it and you yell and scream, they butter you up again, and then they start it all over again. She was all about herself her whole life. It was me. Oh my god, I'm so hungry right now. So yeah, I can't be more fucking excited to get this over with. Hopefully this will be the last time I'm seeing my brother also. If he even wants to fucking show up. Then I can get that fucking idiot out of my life. I'm tired with toxic people now. Like, if people just show the slightest sign of fucking toxicity, like in my real life. Online, I don't give a fuck. I just find it funny. But in real life, if someone just shows me this slightest sign of being a toxic, manipulative, you know, narcissistic asshole, they are out of my life, man. I don't want to deal with that fucking shit anymore. I'm 40 years old. I'm too old to, you know, being cast around and used and, you know, taken advantage of to do all kind of fucking crazy shit because they can't take care of themselves or they need someone to, like, I used to move so many fucking apartments for people. And it was people I've known for like a day or something like that. Or it's a friend of a friend. And then the friend that gets me over there is like, oh, I have to work, and then I'm there with people I don't fucking know, and then, oh, yeah, well, you need an apartment moved? Hello. You know, that happened to me quite a lot of times also. I used to be really bad at saying no. Sadly enough. But, hey. The right time to start is always today, right? Is that the saying? You know, today is the best day to start something. So yeah, I did that like some years ago. I started to say more no. I had a counselor at some point I was talking to. And he said that he had a friend that was in the same situation. And that friend have made a wager with themselves that they had to say no. I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 times a day or every third question that, or every third request that they got, they had to say no matter what the fuck it was. They had to say no. I think it was every 10th or 4th or 5th time someone asked them about something or for something, they had to say no matter what the fuck it was. I kind of adopted that a little bit. That you have to say no for your own sake, you know. And also so they know that you are not just like a ball to be moved around or like free labor or something like that. You are a human being and not just, you know, a person to be used. So you have to say no sometimes, you know. Yeah, but you just have to say no. Like, I know it sounds simple, but when you think about it, you know, just say no. Just start with 1 no a day. And then build on top of that, you know. And it don't have to be no to your family. It can be no to, you know, your least favorable friend. And then say, yeah, no. You know, just start with 1 no a day. And then build on that until you get to a place where this is suitable for me to live like this. My ex-wife is narcissistic. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm so fucking sorry you have to live with her. Yeah, they do the slow burn quite a lot. Yeah, they do the slow burn quite a lot. And some people realize it before others, and some people realize it but are lonely themselves. Like, I've seen her take advantage of a lot of lonely people, where she was really using them, but they didn't have anyone else to talk to than her. And you could see that they were lonely. So they just stuck out with her as much as humanly possible. And it's fucking, like, I hated her for that. I fucking hated her so much for that. using other people like that. It's really like, I have so many fucking conversations with her where I was like, damn man, you get your fucking act together, man. You cannot use people like that. But they never listen because they know all. They are all knowing. And I've seen a lot of fucking good people getting swapped. She would kill me right now if she was in the room, by the way. Like, fucking hell. Just imagine if there is like a god and a heaven or hell or whatever. And imagine I'm killing into the same place as her and she's like, I know what you were saying. And then just getting the fucking living shit beat out of me or something like that. It could actually be really funny. I'm glad you're not with your ex-wife anymore then. Like, that's nice, man. It's nice that you got out of it. But it's like that with any toxic relationship. They you know, they do their thing. And then they are nice to you for either a long time or a short time. And then they fuck things up or they treat you like shit for a while. And it starts again slowly, build on small things, and then, oh, why did you do this little thing, and why didn't you do this little thing, and then it's just build up, and it explodes, and then they are sorry, and you know they are. This looks really, really well, amazing, by the way. And then they are, you know, the perfect fucking spouse for a while, or friend, or whatever you will call it. And the circle starts over and over and over and over and over again. And it's fucking sad that so many people are living a life like that because there are so many people that are in toxic relationships. Like, just look at Linux users that are in a toxic relationship with the Linux community. You know, it's like, yeah, it's a weird thing, man. Oh, he's putting in contact lenses. So what the fuck are you poking yourself in the eye, you idiot? Don't do that. It's creepy as fuck. I used to have lenses back in the day, and it's weird as fuck. But it's nice that you don't need glasses, but it's weird as fuck to mess around with your eyes like that. Kind of like his truck a lot. I so want a pickup truck. Like my next car, if I ever getting a car again, it have to be a pickup truck. All of the fucking shit I can have on back of that one. Oh my god. With 2.3 million subscribers. Well, people, we're doing the wrong thing, man. We need to find a van and live in it and drink expensive coffee. And wear sunglasses. And make videos about it. Is that like a farmer's market or something like that? Oh, look at that shit. Food. Belly, now. Look at that shit. I'm tired and hungry at the same time. That's not a good combination. I don't know. Yeah, let's close that one. What's the file system set? Oh, they stopped having the snap thingies mounted in here now. Processes. A lot of GNOME shit. Wait, switch to Linux? Is he living in a van now? Are you joking me? Isn't he married and everything like that? Like, he's also like a really religious guy. On his third channel. Ah. Talks Traveler, that must be the one. Our Walk in Christ. Luke Smith, oh my god, that dude, man. Nixie does Linux. Okay. 1 year ago, or 4 months ago. Hey, welcome back, Lamer. About to call you Linux, man. So he wants to be part of this van life thingy. Oh, he's putting it on the back burner. Okay. I don't have massive issues with him. Like, I kind of like him, to be honest. Again, I don't agree with a lot of things that he's saying, but I don't have massive issues, if any, with him, to be honest. Can we see his van? The only thing I don't like is that he's preaching a little bit too much religion and looking a little bit down on other people because of his religion and stuff like that. But he's not that bad at it. It's more if you look at his Christian channel. You see a little bit of judgment coming in and out there, and but again, it is a Christian channel, so I did not know that he lived in a van. Oh, beans. I love beans. Oh, Himalayan salt. Chili powder. What are you making here? Cornbread and chili in a solar oven. Ah. Like I said, I don't watch so much Linux content. I just thought he was married and all of that fucking shit, but hey. He looks a bit homeless there. Oh, here's a tour of his van. That's the only thing I actually want to see. That's the only thing that interests me. He is a little bit preachy about Linux to me also, but there are definitely people that are way worse. 4K mile, like who the fuck wants to run 4K? Yeah, he's not the worst by far, the worst, but like we have to be honest here. I will probably enjoy this content of his more than his Linux content, to be honest.
Almost going on like 15, 20 years.
Oh my god, the audio
On
is
the
bad.
driver's side door, I actually have a thermos, a water bottle, and a like a plastic straw cup. So I have all that kind of stuff, and then dash cam up front. Always want to have a dash cam if you're driving around a lot, and then I also will have a GPS, a car GPS, which is not up right now. I only really use it when I need to. That's pretty much the front.
Well,
There's not
yeah,
a whole lot
okay.
into there. And then going around the back, we have our garage built in, and we're going to scare a kitty cat. And I have a sleeping bag that's pried up here to prevent the cats from jumping back down. So I always got to open that up, roll that up, and I'll find a way to fix that later so it stays. But inside of here, this is the garage. We have dry food storage and dry cat food storage. This is actually what I use for kitty litter, way better than kitty litter. It's actually horse pellets. If it's good enough for a horse, it's good enough for a cat. We have a bike crammed up here and extra water jugs, and then back here I have extra propane, extra butane, lighter fluids. There's probably about 8-10 packs of toilet paper back there, paper towels, sanitary wipes, just all sorts of fun stuff crammed back there. I do have, if I get really cold, a Sub-Zero sleeping bag over here, a couple different types of shoes.
So if it says that it's a Sub-Zero sleeping bag, no. You can never, no.
Cords and stuff like that, and then kind of more, this is like winter type stuff, a spare solar panel, a nice telescoping ladder here, and we have a diesel furnace over here. So if it's cold, we can just go ahead and hit that diesel furnace, and that guy there will keep the van warm for quite a long time. So just lots of extra storage back there. And obviously bed is right here. We have 4 inches of memory foam on the bed, just lots of various beddings pushed up there. And then we'll kind of show the rest when we get inside. So I put in the bug net here. It's advantageous, keeps out most of the big bugs. Small bugs still kind of get through, which is a little annoying. But we'll kind of get to that. And then we have the gate. Yes, cats can jump over gates like this, but if there's a gate and then a screen, they won't try. So this is actually pretty good to keep the cats there. Now, if I'm just kind of have the van just kind of out and about and have the gates open. I do have the cats on leashes right now. I don't always have them on leashes, just kind of temporary measures. I do actually have a little fold down here. This is kind of a little fold down table, which I still have not put the bottoms down, but I can come in here and it's perfect height for a camping chair, so I can sit outside the van. Obviously here's water storage inside, which we have better access to from inside. All right, so heading on in, just gonna pull the gate off. And I have the gate marked just to exactly where it needs to be in there, so makes it easy. Let's keep, I have, for the cat food down here, I have these guys on, just on little glass bowls with nice tight lids. So when you're driving,
I don't know if I could live like that, to be honest.
Pull them up. As far as water, I have, this is 9 gallons of storage here, which works, quite a while. It lasts me a long time. And I have about an extra, 2-3 gallons floating around other places as well. And then this guy up here for my sink. This guy is just a little push button. I don't think I have a cup handy, but I have a cat dish handy. Just kind of push button. It's a battery operated. This thing lasts about a month on a battery. And then when it's time to charge it up, there's a charging port in the back, and you can pull the whole thing up. In fact, you have to lift it up to change out the water tanks. But that's a really good water solution. These are like 20 bucks, so not too bad. All right, so I work in computer technology stuff, and so I needed to do something that is really good with computers. And so I actually have 2 monitors built right into the walls here. This one is not covered right now. This one is covered. My cameraman's mother made the monitor covers. Very good. So they just kind of lift up. But I keep them on when I'm not using them. Everything in here is done with some nice power structures, and so I just have lots of these little switches that I built into everything. This is the monitors. This is a USB quick charge port. We have, this one is actually a media entertainment system. I have like 300 movies here on board, just on digital platforms. Just click this, you can watch movies. This is one of my work computers, and these are all micro-scale computers inside here. So this is work. This is Raspberry Pi for media. This is an audio switcher. I can choose where the audio input's coming in, and then this guy here is my my audio amplifier. So, and then crammed up here is actually, you can't see it. So, but crammed up there is actually a sound isolator, which prevents static from showing up inside. We also have more buttons over here.
Buttons.
This guy is front front lights or back lights. There's front lights up there. This is my runner lights, and then this is another charging port. And this one over here is actually one of my computers. This is internet. This is my router. This is my network switch. This is an onboard file server NAS and ebook server, and this is an onboard web server because I am a geek. And of course we built 4 speakers right into the walls. You can kind of see those up here, and then there's some down there at the bottom. The desk here is stationary. It's not moving anywhere. I have kind of miscellaneous keyboards and mice over here. And then down here we actually have mostly kitchen cooking storage. So inside of here I have pots and pans, aluminum foil, plastic wrap. There's silverware, plates, bowls. This is my electric burner.
Why is he doing it though?
So I have electric and gas burners. So this is where that's all at. Again, I'll just kind of build and then just pop these bungees on here and tighten the bungees back down, and then this drawer won't go anywhere. The keyboard drawer is too light to actually move, but that with all the heavy stuff, it will slide open, make a lot of noise. You don't want to do that. Then we have, moving up here, we have food storage over here.
Ui.
Stay. Good celery powder. And then we have, this is, it's easier to open on this side.
The fuck was that?
Dangerousness. Okay. So, always got to open cabinets carefully, especially when I was just parked on a kind of an inclined slope. So I basically have kind of books. There's study type materials over here, notebooks, and just random stuff over here. So really nice sliders, and these are actually, the doors are actually made with whiteboards, so you can actually draw them with dry erase markers if you wanted to. Over here, of course, on the panel, we kind of glossed over them, but this is the output reader from our charge controller. So I have a MPPT 40 amp Rover Elite charge controller, which connects to these guys, and then this is my power inverter. So I have AC outlets over here in the corner. I have another one over here in this corner, and we have another one up here. So I have AC routed all throughout. Just push that button and it'll crank on AC power. My current inverter is 1500 watts, although my batteries can take up to a 2000 watt. So see that guy there is all charged up and good. And then we have more kitchen stuff down here. This is what handles the small bugs. If I have to have the doors open at night, keep that guy open. We have disinfectant wipes. I use the low water vinegar method for cleaning. So this is just a spray bottle with diluted vinegar. We have a gas stove back here, a 2-liter spray bottle, and some other miscellaneous food items down there. And then of course down below it is where the kitty's place is, which I actually have a motion sensor light and fan there. So when the cat near approaches the kitty box, we have the fan opens up. So really good. Food storage and stuff up on this side. And then we have bathroom items
So
over
the
here,
cats
and
are
we
crapping in
have
the kitchen,
chargers
basically.
for various dischargers and spare fuses in here in case a fuse breaks. This is the thermostat for the furnace that we saw in the back. Then up here, these are actually insulated magnetic window covers that go on the back. So if I'm parked somewhere and I either want privacy or want to keep the sunlight out. And they do a really good job of that. And then we have over here, you're going to want to walk this way and have a look at this because this is just geek zone right here. This is the digital spaghetti. I wired all of this kind of stuff, so we have an extra USB charging port right up here. And then these are all the different power converters and distribution bars.
Yeah,
for what's
cable
down
management
here
is not his strong
is
suit. Then.
on this shelf here is your
Fuck.
computer systems. So we have, this is my cellular modem for internet. This is my router, which is a custom pfSense router. It's designed for a lot of heightened security stuff. And then there's a network switch and then 2 other servers back there. And then we have a big Ryzen 5 1600 PC down here, which my hick friend absolutely loves the spacers with wood. But and that works great, actually, believe it or not, it works pretty well. And then we have down here, let me move a cat.
It's a fat cat.
Want to go up or down? Here, we'll put you up. All right. This guy here is excellent, huge storage and bench and stool for the cats. But we slide
It's
this guy
dirty
out
as
of the
fuck,
way,
though,
and then you
but
can open
anyway.
this one up. And if you look
Yeah,
down
take
here,
care,
there's
Marcus.
extra storage. My charge controller's over there, and then I have a power converter. So if we run low on power and there's a place to plug into AC, we have a power converter, and then the inverter sits back
It looks
there.
a little bit like
roof
it's
has,
put together with stuff he found laying around
15
different places.
500 watts of solar, and the batteries that we actually have are custom built. So you can walk on over there and have a look at the batteries down there. So there's extra storage, but these guys here are the individual battery cells. So I have 8 battery cells. That makes a 200 amp hour lithium ion cell. Then we have a 200 amp BMS back there. So basically I custom built the battery, which works really well. Then there's extra storage and stuff. And
What about fumes?
clip that guy
Oh, they
there.
don't
And then this
actually
is
can
actually my
batteries, they don't do that.
microphone stand for when I'm recording video in here. I just keep it there, which is extra support. Make sure this guy doesn't fly open on me. More storage down here. I have basic office supplies, camera equipment type stuff, and we have, I think there's more books and stuff down there. Then we have a 12-volt refrigerator down here. This is plugged into a cigarette outlet that I wired up over here.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
the
I
final
will be
thing is up
going in a
here.
bit also. It's over midnight here.
Of course, the point of the journey is not to arrive. Underneath here we have, it's mostly clothing. There's a green screen in here because, yeah, I can actually set a full green screen up the whole back. There's extra blankets back here in kind of compressed stuff, and there's some old Magic cards there, and there's a small sleeping bag as well, like a light temperature sleeping bag. So there is, in a nutshell, what the...
But where's his clothes? Did we see any clothes? Like, is he not changing clothes? Are you just like wearing the same shit all the time? I'm confused. It really looked like a typical Linux van, and that is as cheap as possible. When the police comes, oh my god. Yeah, I just don't like. Has he? Can you see that he's in a van on some of his other videos? Yeah, this could definitely be like the backdrop of his van. Mm-hmm. Yep, there's the van. Yeah, I have no fucking idea, man. Like I said, he used to be married and everything, if I'm not mistaken. He's not getting the views anymore, though. Like, from the size of his channel, he should be getting way more views. Oh, the beard is back. Will Linux become illegal? I don't think. Of course, every year is the year to switch to Linux according to Linux users. Oh, Elon Musk is at war with Apple. I can't fucking even remember what that's about. But his quality have dropped down after he got into the van thingy. Compared to, like, look at his desktop. Oh my god. So, oh, oh shit, that beard is, he's looking really weird with that massive beard there. Like, I'm trying to see if we can find some, like, you know, videos of his house. Oh, what's going on up here? That's still his van. Yeah. Oh, I think I got a new follower. Yeah. Oh, he's back in his house here. I think. Yeah, look. Like, this is way better than the fucking van in the back end. That looks like a horny alien, by the way, but anyway. I'm confused. Now I kind of want to know why the fuck he's in a van. This is really funny to to listen to sometimes. Dear leaders and people, you are doomed. Stop turning to false guards. No. Yeah, a little over a year it looks like, yeah. I'm intrigued. I am intrigued. Oh. Southern Baptist and critical race theory. That's a that's a brave one right there, man. Oh, he's back in his house here. Yeah, I'm intrigued like fuck right now. So, coding under Linux has not been fun for me. Like, it is just way, like, yeah, you have to do so many extra steps to get the same shit done or set up as versus under Windows. Nobody gives a fuck about why you're smoking cigars. What is Tech Hot doing?
Now we all know.
GNOME Web Knock Cosmic Desktop. He's also drastically slowed down his upload rate. Oh yeah, the Fest drama. Yeah, that's a fucking interesting shit also. I could live off MREs, man. They're fucking good. Anyway, I better get to bed, man, so I can get some sleep. I need to get up tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, everyone. Have a good day, night, evening, or whatever where you are. And yeah, enjoy the week.